Chapter 2024. As he spoke, Lu Yi examined the situation of his talent tree. After the 9 treasured blood clones that carried a portion of the black fruit's essence self-destructed, he felt much more relaxed. When he looked inside himself, he could see that the black fruit was still there, but it was obviously smaller. In comparison, it was about 30% smaller. If the 9 treasured blood clones could reduce the black fruit's essence by 30%, then the 30 treasured blood clones should be able to completely remove the black fruit. This matter was not urgent for the time being. He would think about it when he had the time. After all, condensing treasured blood clones required time and energy. Gathering his thoughts, Lu Yi turned his head to the side. Come. Beside him was a huge white tiger. It was Hoopa. Beside Hoopa were a few Soul Clan cultivators, led by Yi. Most of these Soul Clan cultivators had extraordinary talent. They were the accompanying spirits that Hoopa had recently taken in at the Soul Clan's ancestral land. Li Shang was one of them. To the Spiritas, it was a great honor to be valued by a sacred beast and turned into a companion spirit. This was because their cultivation efficiency would be greatly improved. Ever since Hoopa had entered the Spiritas' ancestral land, countless Spiritas had wanted to get close to him and get a chance to be turned. Unfortunately, Hoopa had no interest in them. To him, Yi was enough. Later on, Yi and Hoopa had a long talk. Only then did Hoopa reluctantly choose a few Spiritas. Li Shang was close to him, so he had undoubtedly obtained this opportunity. Now, including Yi and Li Shang, Hoopa had a total of 6 companion spirits. They were all women, and all of them had the same cultivation base as Yu Yao. The strongest one was already at the late stage Yu Yao. Of course, Yu Yao of the Spiritas were different from ordinary Yu Yao. They mainly cultivated soul power and did not have transcendence energy. However, because of this, they had some methods that other races could not imagine. For example, at this moment, as Lu Ye's voice fell, Yi and the others pounced into Hoopa's body and disappeared. Hoopa roared and charged toward Lu Yi. His body quickly turned from solid to illusory, and in an instant he became a shadow and merged with Lu Yi. In the next moment, Lu Yi felt his foundation increase significantly. Even without activating his transcendence energy or blood essence, there was an endless stream of energy surging out of his body. I can finally be of help. Yi's voice rang out in Lu Ye's mind. Her voice was filled with joy and anticipation. She and Lu Yi had known each other for a long time and had gone through thick and thin together. They had long since considered each other as family. However, apart from the very beginning when Yi and Hoopa were able to help Lu Yi, as his strength grew, the spirit and tiger duo found it difficult to help him anymore. Back then, Yi had insisted on following Li Shang to the Spiritas' ancestral land because she knew that if she didn't think of a way to change things, the distance between her and Lu Yi would only grow further and further apart. Even if their relationship didn't become estranged, that wasn't what she wanted. She didn't want Lu Yi to fight with the enemy while she could only watch from afar. Going to the Soul Race's ancestral land and cultivating the Soul Race's secret arts was her chance. Until today, the yearning and sadness of being separated for so many years finally paid off. She no longer had to watch Lu Yi struggle to kill the enemy from afar and feel powerless. She could also do her part. Li Shang's voice rang out. We're fighting side by side again. How nostalgic. This wasn't the first time she had possessed Lu Ye's soul. She had done this several times before, but at that time, she and Lu Yi had both been constellations. Now one was Yu Yao and the other was Ri Zhao. The difference in their cultivation levels was like the difference between heaven and earth. Several other voices also rang out. Senior brother Lu, please take care of me. Of course, of course. Lu Yi smiled. He sensed his current state. Compared to his normal state, his strength had increased by about 20%. This wasn't too great of an increase, and it was far inferior to the effects of Ri Zhao's soul possession. However, Considering that this was the result of Yu Yao possessing him, it was already quite impressive. It had to be known that he was now Ri Zhao, and this special soul possession state could only be achieved through Hupa, the Spirita's holy beast, as a medium. The white tiger had become the Spirita's holy beast, not only because it could increase the cultivation efficiency of the chosen Spiritas, but also because of this special soul possession technique. Under normal circumstances, a living being could only be possessed by one Spiritas. It was impossible for there to be a second one, because that would result in intense conflict. However, if Hupa was used as a medium, there wouldn't be this problem. Holy beasts had the ability to coordinate all the Spiritas under their command. They could integrate them and enhance one's body. 6 Yu Yao Spiritas, and Hupa had increased Lu Ye's strength by 20%. This was the result of this special soul possession. Moreover, this wasn't Hupo's limit. According to Yi, when Hupo's strength increased in the future, he could transform even more Spiritas. And once Yi and the others' cultivation levels increased to Ri Zhao when they used soul possession, the increase in strength would be unimaginable. Lu Yi even suspected that there wasn't anyone in this world who could withstand such a terrifying increase in strength. After familiarizing himself with his current state, Lu Yi said, "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned into a ray of blood-red light and rushed towards Zixian's 4 battleships. At this moment, the 4 battleships were preparing to meet the enemy. Light flowed on the surface of the battleships. Clearly, they had activated their defensive power. In various positions, the arrays hummed as the power of the Dharma treasures placed in the array cores rapidly accumulated. Battleships like this took a long time to accumulate power, but once they were activated, their power was extremely strong. Not to mention the largest battleship, the power it released was equivalent to Ri Zhao personally attacking. Even the 3 smaller battleships were equivalent to Yu Yao's full-strength attack at her peak. If they were really allowed to attack, the Jade Conch Alliance would definitely suffer great losses. Unfortunately, they didn't have the chance. No one expected that Ri Zhao, who was rich, would still target their battleships when the Jade Conch Alliance had sent out 11 Ri Zhao to meet the enemy. Taking a step back, even if Bai Chen and the other demon venerables thought of this, they wouldn't be able to solve this problem because they had no time to spare. What's that? In the outermost battleship, a cultivator who was monitoring the situation outside suddenly discovered something strange in the cabin where the central array was located. He focused his attention and checked, then turned pale with fright. "Oh no, Ri Zhao is attacking. Dodge. We can't. He's too fast." They were already accumulating power to launch an attack on the Jade Conch Alliance. Now that they discovered something, how could they dodge? Adjust the array, abandon the attack, and increase the defense. Yu Yao, who was overseeing the battle, hurriedly ordered. A battleship's defense was always stronger than its attack, so even if Ri Zhao attacked, the battleship might still have a chance to defend. As long as they resisted for a while, the largest purple jade battleship would be able to detect the situation here. At that time, they would be able to restrain Ri Zhao. Then, they could act according to the situation. In the starry sky, it wasn't unheard of for fleets to work together and kill Ri Zhao. Following Yu Yao's order, the battleship's accumulated power quickly dispersed. The protective film on the surface of the battleship suddenly became dazzling. It was obvious that all of its power was focused on defense. In an instant, the battleship seemed to have turned into a small sun, illuminating the vast starry sky. Under the illumination of the light, a blood-red light brazenly broke in. Although it was inconspicuous, it was a stark contrast to the dazzling light. Almost all of the purple jade cultivators on the battleship heard the clang of a long saber being unsheathed. The blood-red light rapidly expanded and turned into a blood-red color. As the blood-red and white light clashed, the sound of a saber rang out again. A huge saber suddenly appeared in the void, as if it was being grasped by an invisible hand and slowly swung down. Giant Saber Slash. This was an inherited saber technique from the Fong blade. It was undoubtedly a good choice to destroy a battleship. Watching from afar, the visual impact of this scene was indescribable. The huge saber seemed to be able to split heaven and earth. When it gently swung down, the bright defense of the battleship only lasted for an instant before it shattered, turning into specks of light that scattered in all directions. The huge battleship was also split into two by the saber. The saber aura swept out, and countless Yao cultivators were reduced to ashes at this moment. Whether it was Xingqiu or Yu Yao, they were no different in the face of this destructive saber. More Yao cultivators escaped from the broken battleship, each of them looking terrified and uneasy. Lu Yi had already swept past this battleship and rushed to the second one. However, before he arrived, he was shocked to find that countless Yao cultivators on the battleship had abandoned the ship and fled. Obviously, the scene just now had frightened them, since it was not safe to hide in the battleship. Who would dare to continue hiding? Of course, fleeing for their lives was the most important thing. Not only this battleship, but the other one as well. In the blink of an eye, one of the 3 battleships was destroyed, and the other 2 were completely abandoned. Only the largest battleship was left unscathed. This was a Rizhao-class battleship, and it had the capital to be proud. Even in a top realm like Purple Jade, there were only a few battleships of this level, and they had always been used only in large-scale wars. At this moment, although there was no Rizhao in the battleship, it could still exert a powerful force with its own performance. When Lu Yi was flying, the other side had already launched an attack at him. As expected, the power was indeed comparable to Rizhao's personal attack. Lu Yi displayed the vertical sweep technique, constantly approaching the battleship while dodging the other party's attack. In less than 10 breaths, he was in front of the battleship. The long saber hummed and was raised high. His vigorous qi, blood, and magic power were activated, and the huge saber blade quickly condensed. Just like before, the huge saber slashed down with the power to split the stars and slash the moon. The huge saber fell, and the battleship shook. However, this fierce attack did not break the battleship, and it did not even destroy its defense. End of chapter. Chapter 2025. One must know that even though Lu Yi had just advanced to the Sunshine Realm, his foundation was deep. His true strength was not something an ordinary Sunshine Realm cultivator could compare to. Furthermore, Hupa had integrated the souls of the 6 spiritlings, increasing his strength by 20%. In such a state, even if there was a late-stage Sunshine Realm cultivator in front of him, Lu Yi was confident that he could fight. However, Zixian's largest warship was able to block such an attack. This undoubtedly meant that the warship's defensive strength was at the late-stage Sunshine Realm, and this was not its limit, because it still had the strength to attack, almost at the same time as Lu Ye's giant blade slashed down. The largest warship hummed, and a thick beam of light suddenly erupted from the front of the warship. In an instant, it broke through the limit of distance and attacked directly into the distance. And that direction was where the Jade Conch cultivator's allied army was located. Lu Yi suddenly turned his head and looked. His heart couldn't help but be in his throat. He was right next to the warship and could clearly feel the terrifying power contained in the beam of light. It was definitely not something a Sunshine Realm cultivator could withstand. If such an attack really landed in the midst of the Jade Conch cultivators, it would cause countless casualties in an instant. Fortunately, at this critical moment, a tall figure stood out from the bustling crowd. It was Luan Xiaoa. There were quite a few Sunshine cultivators on their side this time, but the Spiritling Sunshine had already been possessed by the Spiritling Sunshine and were locked in a fierce battle with the demon venerables. The only ones left were the 3 people who rushed back from the 3-world island. Among them, Lu Ye's task was to deal with Zixian's warships. Yan Miao had another important task and would not directly participate in the battle this time. The last remaining Yuan Xiao hid in the crowd of cultivators and attacked with the thousands of troops. Under the premise that the number of cultivators and overall strength of both sides were almost the same, with Sunshine in charge, they would naturally have the absolute advantage in the following confrontation. She didn't want to be exposed so quickly, but now she had no choice but to stand out. Under the ferocious urging of Rizhao's mana, Yuan Xiao's entire body emitted a bright light. She raised her hand, and a small, bell-like, protective magic weapon was summoned. It spun above her head, and with the surge of mana, the small bell suddenly turned into a shadow. It expanded with a loud bang and covered her entire body, as well as a large area. It happened to block the attack of the bright beam of light. In the next moment, the battleship's attack bombarded the bell's shadow. The thick white light was like a white lightning bolt, containing the power to destroy the heaven and earth. In just 2 breaths, the bell's shadow shattered and Yuan Xiao was sent flying, blood spurting out of her body. Even though she had activated her defensive magic treasure, she was still injured by the attack. Fortunately, she was able to block the attack. Lu Yi saw this scene from afar and flew into a rage. Fortunately, there were enough sunshine on their side, and Yuan Xiao was placed among the cultivators in advance. Otherwise, who knows how many people would have suffered under this attack. Sure enough, no one could predict the future in a battle of this level. There would always be accidents in the process of battle. Yuan Xiao's life was not in danger. Lu Yi could sense that her aura was just a little weak. Seeing that the battleships around him were preparing to attack again, he didn't hesitate anymore. He raised his hand and grabbed the void, summoning the sword gourd. With his current strength, he had a chance to destroy this battleship, but that would take time. What they lacked the most right now was time. They might not be able to block such an attack. He could only summon the sword gourd. Channeling his magic power and spiritual sense, a sword light flew out from the mouth of the sword gourd. Following the guidance of Lu Ye's spiritual sense, it pierced towards the battleship beside him. Compared to the size of the battleship, this sword light was like an embroidery needle. However, the battleship's defense that could block his giant blade slash was as fragile as paper in front of this needle-like sword chi. The not-so-bright sword light easily broke through the battleship's defense, penetrated the battleship, and then came out the other side of the battleship. The light shattered, and the dazzling defense on the battleship's surface turned into fluorescent light dancing in the air. In an instant, it was as if a group of fireflies had appeared in the starry sky. Lu Yi raised the Pan-Shan saber in his hand again, channeling his magic power. An even larger blade quickly condensed and slashed down. Silently, the battleship without any protection could no longer resist this slash. It followed in the footsteps of the first battleship, breaking into 2 halves. At the same time, under the sweep of the saber light, many lives were annihilated. Even more Yao cultivators fled in fear, their faces ashen. Kill! In the starry sky ahead, the cultivators of Yu Luo shouted. Countless cultivators got into formation, gathering boundless killing intent, and swept towards the battleship like a fierce wave. The Yao cultivators were in a mess. The fleet of 5 battleships could no longer be their trump card. Moreover, the battle had started too hastily. Even the Yao cultivators were not prepared, let alone the Yao cultivators. Lu Ye's figure flashed, and the saber light swept across, killing wantonly. It could be said that the Yao cultivators were already in a disadvantageous position before the battle had even begun. On the other side, the Yao cultivators of Sunshine were in a battle. Each of the Yao cultivators was extremely sullen. This was because none of them had the upper hand in any of the 10 battles. They were all in a state of being suppressed. This was unimaginable. They were all Sunshine cultivators from the Zishuan demon planet. At the same level of cultivation, their foundation was stronger than the average Sunshine cultivator. They had always been the ones suppressing others. Since when were they the ones being suppressed? Especially Mo Xian, a great Yao cultivator. His opponent was Su Yuqing. He could feel that his opponent was also at the peak of the Sunshine Realm, but she was from the Hominid clan. How could she suppress him? As everyone knew, due to the special physique of the Hominid clan and the fact that they cultivated the way of spiritual talismans, their ability to fight head-on was often slightly weaker than other clans. They relied more on the spiritual talismans that they refined themselves, so they had many means to fight, but their ability to fight head-on was not enough. Not to mention a large race like the Yao cultivators. Under normal circumstances, in a battle between Mo Xian and Su Yuqing, the latter would definitely be at a disadvantage. But now, the situation was reversed. Mo Xian could not accept this. The battle had just begun, and the situation was already like this. If this continued, wouldn't it mean that all the Yao cultivators of the Yao cultivators would be defeated? The Hominid clan. Just the Hominid clan. Mo Xian was enraged. Losing the battle made him feel like he was being humiliated for no reason. It would be fine if he lost to the Sunshine tribe, but losing to the Hominid tribe was something he could not accept. He was filled with murderous intent. He swore to himself that no matter what price he had to pay, he would kill all the Hominid clan. But at this moment, a dong sound came from somewhere in the starry sky. Sound could not be transmitted in the starry sky. Cultivators could only communicate through telepathy or mana. But this sound was extremely clear. It was transmitted into the ears of all the cultivators in the starry sky. It was transmitted into the ears of all the cultivators in the starry sky who were launching attacks or organizing defenses. And everyone could tell that it was the sound of a drum. Mo Xian did not know where the sound came from, but he did not have the time to care about it. His mind was focused on Su Yuqing. He wanted to tear this reckless Hominid clan girl into pieces and let her know the tragic fate of those who dared to oppose him. Not only Mo Xian, but the other Yao cultivators as well. Only the Hominid clan Sunshine had a thought. It's here. Near the battleship that was cut in two, Lu Yi was filled with murderous intent. He glanced at the location of Mount Fangsuan. In that direction, a central battleship lay outside Mount Fangsuan, maintaining a posture that could retreat into Mount Fangsuan at any time. This central battleship was the one that Lu Yi brought back from the Wanxiang Sea. Its size was almost the same as the 4 smaller battleships that Zixian dispatched this time. They were all of the same grade. At this moment, on the deck of the battleship, several figures stood. There were not many of them, only less than 200. They were all women. Some looked no different from humans, while others had a human body and a fishtail. These were the female cultivators of the mermaid clan. The leader was Great Elder Yen Miao. Today, she was dressed in tight-fitting clothes that outlined her graceful figure. Her long hair was tied up high, making her look valiant and formidable. There was a big drum in front of her. The big drum had a radius of 30 feet and was entirely jade-colored. Only the drum's surface was light red. There were complicated and ancient patterns on the drum's surface that crisscrossed with each other, giving off a sense of time. She held 2 drumsticks in her hands. One of them fell on the drum surface, while the other was raised high. The sound of the drum, just now, was obviously from her. Behind her, there were 4 other mermaid clan cultivators, lined up in a row. They were the 3 elders of the mermaid clan and the princess by Lu. Among the higher-ups of the mermaid clan, there was only 1 elder left to guard the territory, except for the ignorant queen. The rest were all here. There were also big drums in front of the 3 elders and by Lu. But compared to the one in front of Yen Miao, their drums were undoubtedly much smaller. Even so, they were comparable to a table. 1 big drum and 4 small ones. There were 5 drums, all of which were extremely ancient. These 5 drums were extraordinary. Lu Yi had some understanding of them before. He knew that these 5 drums were a clan weapon that had been passed down since ancient times. They were extremely precious. As for what these 5 drums could do, Yen Miao didn't go into detail. He only told Lu Yi that there would be a pleasant surprise when the time came. Behind the 5 drums were the female cultivators of the mermaid clan. They were arranged in a semicircle on the deck. Each of them had their hands tightly clasped in front of their chests. Their heads were slightly bowed, and their expressions were solemn. Boom! Yan Miao's raised drumstick fell, and a second sound rang out. Then a third, a fourth. At first, the drum beats were sparse, but they gradually became more concentrated. After 10 beats, a bizarre scene appeared. The faint red color of the drum surface suddenly deepened, as if it was soaked in blood. Every time the drumsticks fell, it seemed as if they were smashing into a pool of blood. Ripples visible to the naked eye radiated out in all directions from the center of the 5 drums. They swept out like waves, surging tides, and even the empty starry sky became sparkling as these ripples spread out. End of chapter. Chapter 2026. The drum beats continued to sound. When the drum beats reached a certain density, the rhythm was maintained. The sparkling starry sky became increasingly illusory, as if a formless sea had really descended. All the cultivators who were fighting were enveloped by this formless sea. Lu Yi raised his eyebrows slightly because he discovered something very interesting. As the mermaid clan's drumbeats sounded, a mysterious power seemed to fall on his body out of thin air, causing his magic power to circulate more smoothly. His thoughts became clearer, and even his qi and blood surged. His strength increased quite a bit out of thin air. Although the increase was not as great as Hu Po's, it was still considerable. It was about 10%. The allied army of Jade Conch cultivators had been blessed by the soul race's soul possession, causing their strength to soar. Now, the merfolk race had a similar ability as well. With the double blessing, every cultivator's strength had increased tremendously. The demon venerables could not figure out why they were no match for the little human Rizhao. They would probably be even more confused later. Compared to the soul tribe's possession technique, the mermaid clan's blessing was not as effective, but the range was large enough. How could they distinguish between friend and foe? After all, Yan Miao could not distinguish between friend and foe in such a vast area. Lu Yi suddenly remembered that Yan Miao had asked him to take a drop of blood essence from all the cultivators. At that time, he did not know what Yan Miao wanted to do, but he agreed readily and ordered the Cultivator Alliance to cooperate. Now, looking at the blood-red surface of the drum in front of Yan Miao, Lu Yi immediately understood that Yan Miao needed the cultivator's blood essence for this moment. This was the fundamental reason why the mermaid clan's secret technique could distinguish between friend and foe. The blood essence that had been taken away should have been absorbed by the drum. Only the cultivator whose blood essence had been absorbed would be able to receive the blessing of the mermaid clan's secret technique. Was this the surprise that Yan Miao mentioned? This was really a surprise. No wonder Yan Miao said that she could not directly participate in the battle. Now that she was leading the mermaid clan and using the clan artifact to cast this secret technique, it would bring her much greater benefits than if she participated in the battle alone. The drum beats continued, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by the formless sea. The demon venerables finally realized that something was wrong, because with the drum beats, their opponents seemed to have suddenly become stronger. This was inconceivable. They were already in a state of suppression. Now that their opponents had become stronger, the suppression became even stronger. It wasn't over yet. Suddenly, an illusory singing voice accompanied by the beating of the drums resounded through the starry sky. The singing voice was wondrous, as if it was a kind of awkward chant, but no one could tell what it was. This wondrous chant didn't have much effect on the Jade Conch Cultivator Alliance. They only felt that this ethereal chant was very pleasing to the ear. However, this was not the case for Zi Xian's demonic cultivators. When the song entered their ears, it suddenly turned into a sharp sound. It was as if someone was screaming in their ears, disturbing their minds and making them anxious. Even their divine sense, began to tremble. This situation was more obvious for the lower the cultivation level of the cultivator. Only demon venerables were not affected much. As for the rest of the demonic cultivators, even if they used their magic power to block their ears, it would be of no use. This was because the sound of the drum beating on their hearts could easily transmit this chant into their minds. On the deck, 5 large drums vibrated incessantly. Nearly 200 mermaids had pious expressions on their faces as they sang in unison. They didn't seem to be singing, but more like they were worshipping. The cultivators from both sides finally came into direct contact. After the demonic cultivators lost their worships, the hastily organized defense should have been of some use. After all, they had quite a number of people. Even if Lu Yi killed many of them, their numbers were still equal to that of the Jade Conch cultivators. If nothing unexpected happened, the Jade Conch cultivators would win, but they would have to pay a certain price. However, with the appearance of the mermaids, the demonic cultivators' organized defense instantly became a joke. The Soul Clan and the Mermaid Clan. The 2 major races each had their own miraculous secret techniques to boost the strength of every Jade Conch cultivator by at least 30%. As for the demonic cultivators, they were affected by the mermaid's chant, and their strength was reduced. With this increase and decrease, the gap between the 2 sides widened. The moment they clashed, the Jade Conch alliance broke through the defenses of the Yao cultivators as easily as crushing dry weeds. The entire army of several thousand people, led by the many Yu Yao, transformed into a sharp blade that stabbed into the enemy ranks. Accompanied by the sound of the war drums, the slaughter began. Song of the Tides, the Mermaid Clan. A furious roar reverberated through the starry sky. It was none other than the most experienced and knowledgeable Bai Qin. At this moment, he was blocking Qin Xuanhai's ferocious attacks while looking in the direction of the Mermaid Clan in disbelief. Even though he had lived for tens of thousands of years, he never thought that he would be able to see the legendary Mermaid Clan again. Moreover, he had personally experienced the terrifying profundity of their secret techniques. He had read some records about the Mermaid Clan in ancient records. This race's greatest strength wasn't in battle, but in their ability to provide assistance in battle, just like what was happening right now. There were less than 200 mermaids, but they were far more useful than their numbers. Where was this place? Why were there first the Blood Clan, then the Lesser Clan, and now even the Mermaid Clan? They were going to the Jade Conch cultivators, but they had plunged headfirst into a tiger's den. Most importantly, they didn't even know why these races were making things difficult for Zixian. Bai Qin sensed that the life force was disappearing one after another. He knew that it was the Yao cultivators who were dying. There were nearly 10,000 of them. How many of them would survive after this battle? Moreover, the Yao venerables were at an absolute disadvantage. If this continued, not only would the Yao venerables not be able to escape, but even the Yao venerables would suffer losses. Let's go! Bai Chun transmitted his voice and made a decision. Today's battle was too messy. They couldn't delay it any longer. The most important thing now was to escape. At the very least, they had to figure out which galaxy they were in. Although he was no match for Qin Xianhai, he was confident that no one on the battlefield could stop him as he was at the peak of the Sunshine Realm. He would just have to pay a price if he wanted to escape. Zixian had suffered such a great loss because she wasn't prepared. It wouldn't be too late to take revenge in the future when she was fully prepared. As soon as he finished speaking, he activated his secret technique and took Qin Xuanhai's attack head-on. His body rolled back with the help of the recoil. His qi and blood dispersed, and a wound appeared on his body. It was caused by Qin Xuanhai's talisman sword. In the next moment, his qi and blood wrapped around his body. He was about to escape. However, when he looked up, a young man appeared behind him. The young man was dressed in black and red, close-fitting clothes. He was dressed like a weapon cultivator. There was a long saber at his waist and a gourd in his hand. He looked at Bai Chun expressionlessly. Bai Chun was stunned when he saw the young man's face. Lu Yi. He had never seen Lu Yi before. He recognized him at a glance because He Yun had shown Lu Ye's image to the Yao venerables. He Yun had long suspected that the inheritance of the Dao tree was with Lu Yi. He was afraid that the Yao venerables would kill Lu Yi by accident. Therefore, he let the Yao venerables see Lu Ye's image in advance so that they could capture him alive. Bai Chun was confused when he recognized Lu Yi. If Lu Yi is here, then isn't this Jade Conch Galaxy? But this Jade Conch Galaxy doesn't match the information provided by He Yin. Bai Chun didn't have time to think. He stretched out his hand and grabbed Lu Yi. His hand quickly enlarged and turned into a furry beast claw. It was obvious that he wanted to capture Lu Yi first. This was an opportunity for Bai Chun. He couldn't defeat Qin Xianhai, but he couldn't lose to Lu Yi. According to the information he received, Lu Yi was only Yu Yao. As long as he captured Lu Yi, Qin Xianhai would be afraid of him. He couldn't guarantee anything, but he could guarantee that the Yao venerables would escape unscathed. Lu Ye's strength had greatly increased due to his double enhancement, but he couldn't help but feel that he couldn't dodge this claw attack. After all, this was just a casual claw attack from Bai Chun. Before he escaped, the peak of the Sunshine Realm was indeed extraordinary. He was still far from it, but it didn't matter. He dared to stand here and stop Bai Chun because he had something to rely on. If his cultivation wasn't enough, he could make up for it with treasures. He patted the sword gourd lightly, and sword light swept out. Bai Chun's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly retracted his beast claw, and at the same time activated his demon chi. But it was too late. The sword light pierced into his palm and flew up rapidly, piercing through his entire arm. Just as the sword light was about to reach his heart, it was finally stopped by his powerful cultivation. Bai Chun was also decisive. He raised his other hand and chopped off his broken arm. Blood spurted out from the wound. A treasure! Bai Chun's face turned pale. He didn't expect to encounter a treasure in this place. If he had known, he would have brought a treasure with him. The Zishuan demon star was rich and powerful. It wasn't as if they didn't have treasures. Lu Yi, who was not far away from him, sighed inwardly. The sword light nurtured in the sword gourd was powerful, but it consumed too quickly. He had tested it before. In order to nurture a complete sword light, it required a treasure worth about 500 million spiritual jades. Every time he used it, the sword light's power would be greatly depleted. To replenish the depleted power, he would need to spend 100 million spiritual jades. In other words, the sword light in the sword gourd could only be used 5 times before it completely disappeared, and each time it would be weaker than the last. He had used the sword light once against Zishuan's largest worship. This was the second time. It was far weaker than the first time, and this was because he had caught Bai Chun off guard. If he hadn't used the sword gourd before, he could have killed Bai Chun directly, but it didn't matter. Just as Bai Chun was in a daze, Qin Xianhai was already standing behind him, holding the talisman sword in his hand. End of chapter. Chapter 2027. In a battle between masters, the difference between life and death was only a thin line. The appearance of the sword gourd had caught Bai Chun off guard. Qin Xianhai had found the perfect opportunity to strike, while Bai Chun was in shock. The sword pierced through Bai Chun's protective demon vitality and came out of his body. Blood splattered everywhere. The physique of the demon clan was extremely strong, not to mention Bai Chun, who was at the peak of the demon clan. Even though he had lost an arm, his demon vitality, which he had cultivated for thousands of years, could not be broken by ordinary means. However, Qin Xianhai's talisman sword was not an ordinary talisman sword. It was the crystallization of his many years of cultivation. It could be said to be the best magical weapon in the world. Even so, it could not take Bai Chun's life immediately. He abruptly turned his head his eyes almost popping out of their sockets as he raised his remaining arm and grabbed onto Qin Xuanhai's wrist. His demon essence ferociously circulated and resisted Qin Xuanhai's magic power, actually suppressing Chen Xianhai to the point that he was unable to move for a moment. Under the premise that demon vitality and mana were equal, Qin Xuanhai's physical strength was no match for Bai Qin, who was a great demon venerable, even with the support of 2 secret techniques. "You want me to die?" Bai Qin's mouth reeked of blood. His eyes were deep and his aura was as strong as before. He did not weaken at all because of his injuries. "Then you may have to die with me." At this point, he did not want to continue the battle. He wanted to live by threatening Qin Xianhai. If Chen Xianhai hesitated, he would have a chance to escape. Unfortunately, Chen Xuanhai's expression did not change at all. Instead, he looked at him with pity and sighed softly. "I've long heard of the great name of Azure Knight, Demon Venerable. It's a pity." Bai Chen naturally knew what Qin Xianhai was feeling pity about. He glanced over and saw Lu Yi rushing over with his blade. He said coldly, "He's just a new Rizhao. I'll stand here and let him kill me. What can he do?" At this moment, he was fighting against Qin Xianhai, unable to move at all. He was really just a punching bag. Although he did not know how Lu Yi, who was only in the Yu Yao realm, had become a Rizhao, he was just a new Rizhao. Just like how Yu Yao could not hurt Rizhao, Bai Chen, who was at the peak of Rizhao, was confident that he could defeat a new Rizhao. Qin Xianhai could break his demon vitality because he was strong enough. Rizhao, a new Rizhao, how could he do that? "Then you better stand properly." When Lu Yi heard Bai Chen's words, he responded with a faint grunt. With a few leaps, he arrived at Bai Chen's side and swung his Pan Shan saber down viciously. Bai Chen's eyes were filled with disdain. He was confident that Lu Yi wouldn't be able to do anything to him with his demon qi and physique. As long as he could get rid of Chen Xianhai, he would be able to escape. As for that treasure, Lu Yi had already taken it back. He knew that every time a treasure was used, it would take a long time to nurture it or cost a lot of money. After the sword light had cut through his arm, its power had been greatly reduced, so Bai Chen didn't care too much about it. The moment the blade fell, Lu Ye's right arm suddenly swelled up. Almost half of his mana and blood, qi, condensed in his right arm. The mountain blade became illusory in an instant, as if it had turned into an illusory blade shadow without substance. His pure, protective demonic essence was easily broken through. His flesh and blood were separated, and his head was separated from his body. Blood gushed out from his sliced neck like a fountain. His body convulsed and trembled. The huge head flew a distance away and floated beside him. Bai Chen blinked and looked at Lu Yi seriously. He opened his mouth and said, "What's the name of this blade?" Even though his head was separated from his body, he was still alive. This showed how terrifying his vitality was. Lu Yi was standing beside his body. Blood qi was rising from his right arm, and white fog was swirling around it. He turned his head and said, "Vibrating blade." "I think it should be called a saw blade." As Bai Chen spoke, he looked down and stared at the Pan Shan saber in Lu Ye's hand. "You have a good blade." With 10,000 years of cultivation, Bai Chen's eyesight was extremely sharp. Whether it was the vibrating blade or the saw blade, it was actually just a technique. It was far from being called a blade technique. The main reason why it could explode with such terrifying power was the sharpness of the Pan Shan saber. If it had been any other Dharma treasure, it might not have had such an effect in the same situation. No matter how good a blade is, it depends on who is using it, Lu Yi replied calmly. Bai Chen's words were obviously unconvincing. Of course, he wouldn't spoil him. Bai Chen didn't say anything. He slowly closed his eyes. However, at this moment, his eyes suddenly opened again. A terrifying wave of soul power swept out and attacked Lu Yi. He shouted, "Wu Wang!" In an instant, the pure soul power became visible to the naked eye. It turned into a ball of twisting energy. Before it even got close, Lu Yi felt a great threat. Bai Chen's eyes flashed with a trace of satisfaction. How could he be willing to be beheaded by a newly ascended sunshine? Bai Chen's calmness was just a disguise. He chatted a little to make Lu Yi lower his guard. The real killing move was unleashed at the last moment. He didn't want to die so carelessly. Even if he died, he wanted to drag Lu Yi down with him. This was the soul-suppressing secret technique that he had painstakingly cultivated for countless years. It was the embodiment of his soul. No matter what happened to Lu Yi, his soul would be destroyed. Bai Chen thought that Lu Yi would panic, but when he looked up, Lu Yi was just standing there calmly, as if he didn't notice the danger at all. On the other hand, Chen Xuanhai's side suddenly flashed, and a strange figure appeared in front of Lu Yi, raising a hand to block the soul-suppressing secret technique he had just used. Bai Chen was extremely shocked. He stared at the strange figure that suddenly appeared and vaguely felt that this person didn't seem to be made of flesh and blood. When he thought of all the things that had happened before, and the fact that Sunshine of the Hominid clan had erupted with strength far beyond his imagination, an incredible thought burst into his mind. The Soul Clan? That's right. So it's the Soul Race's soul possession technique. I was wondering how Nicho of the dwarf race could be so strong. It turns out that he has the help of the Soul Race. No wonder when I fought with Chun Xianhai, I was at an absolute disadvantage. In the cultivation of the Soul Dao, who could be stronger than the Soul Clan, even if he used the soul-suppressing secret technique, it was nothing in front of the Soul Clan. Many of his doubts were answered. He wanted to send a voice transmission to inform the other demon venerables, but endless darkness came and enveloped his body and mind. His head was separated from his body. Even a demon venerable, like him, couldn't hold on any longer. In Sunshine's battle group, Zi Xian's aura was annihilated. The other demon venerables who were already panicking were even more terrified, although they were no match for Sunshine of the Hominid clan. As long as the two demon venerables were alive, they still had hope of escaping. But now, the strongest Bai Chen was the first to fall. They were all fighting desperately in their own battles. No one knew how Bai Chen died. The only thing they knew was that they couldn't stay in this dangerous place for long. All the demon venerables were trying to break out. They were already no match for Sunshine of the Hominid clan, and the impact of Bai Chen's death made their situation even more worrisome, especially one of the demon venerables who had been fighting against two Sunshine of the Hominid clan alone. Although it was difficult, he could still hold on. Now that he was distracted, he was severely injured. He roared angrily. If he didn't take out his demon core and put up a desperate fight, he would have followed in Bai Chen's footsteps. But once he took out his demon core, there was no turning back. It was a release of his own strength. He couldn't maintain it for long. Once he couldn't escape, he would become a fish on the chopping board. Beside Bai Chen's corpse, Lu Yi and Chen Xianhai had already disappeared. The two of them rushed in different directions, full of murderous intent. Zi Xian's attack, Bai Chen's death, was just the beginning. This battle was to hurt Zi Xian and cripple her. Only then could the world know that Jade Conch was not a soft persimmon that anyone could bully. Only then could they have enough deterrence. Chun Xianhai chose the nearest battle group. With his participation, there was no need to think about the result of that battle. When the time came, their advantage would snowball. Lu Yi went straight to Su Yuqing. He had obtained a lot of accurate information about Zi Xian from Qin Yi. Of course, he recognized that the one fighting against Su Yuqing was another greater demon venerable, Zi Xian. He seemed to be called Mo Xian. When Lu Yi arrived, Mo Xian was struggling to deal with Su Yuqing's attacks. Su Yuqing's fighting style wasn't as imposing as Chen Xuanhai's. It was more like flowing water. She used all kinds of spiritual talismans and never faced Mo Xian head-on. However, it was this style that made Mo Xian feel so uncomfortable that he almost vomited blood. If Su Yuqing's strength was not as strong as his, he could totally defeat her fighting style with brute force. This was what demon cultivators were best at. But with the double support of the Soul Clan and the Mermaid Clan, Su Yuqing's strength was much stronger than Mo Xian's. This gave Mo Xian the feeling that his opponent was slowly teasing him. He repeatedly wanted to sacrifice his demon core and fight to the death, but he couldn't bear to do so. It was only when Bai Chen's aura suddenly disappeared that he was shocked. He knew that if he hesitated any longer, he might not even have the chance to escape. With a thought, he immediately sacrificed his demon core. Su Yuqing, of course, knew the pros and cons. She scattered spiritual talismans to form a defense. However, under the fierce attack of Mo Xian's demon core, these defenses didn't have much effect. Once her technique was broken through, Mo Xian could attack and kill, or he could escape from her entanglement and escape. There would be many choices for him to choose from. This was definitely not what Su Yuqing wanted to see. A trace of determination flashed across her brows. She gently opened her red lips. The demon clan had demon cores, but she also had her own inner core. Although they were not the same thing, they were similar in nature. However, just as she was about to sacrifice her inner core, Su Yuqing suddenly saw Lu Ye's figure rushing over. At the same time, Lu Ye's voice sounded in her ears. "Leave it to me." Su Yuqing immediately shut her mouth. She calmed down and threw out a spiritual talisman to protect herself. Lu Ye's sudden intrusion made Mo Xian extremely vigilant. He scanned with his divine perception and found that the intruder was only at the early sunshine stage. He was relieved. End of chapter. Chapter 2028. When Mo Xian and Su Yuqing were at the pinnacle of sunshine, ordinary sunshine cultivators would not be able to interfere. Therefore, Mo Xian did not pay much attention to Lu Ye's arrival. He did not even see Lu Ye's appearance clearly. This demon venerable was destined to pay the price for his arrogance. If he knew that Lu Yi was directly related to Bai Chen's death, he would not have underestimated Lu Yi. At this moment, he was still activating his Yao Dan until he heard the sound of a sword. Mo Xian's skin tightened. When he turned his head, a sword light was already not far away from him. He sensed that the power was not strong, but it was definitely not weak either. This was Lu Ye's third time activating the sword light from the sword gourd. The first time, it easily broke through the defense of a Sunshine class warship. The second time, it destroyed one of Bai Chen's arms according to Lu Ye's own exploration and understanding of the sword light from the sword gourd. As long as the sword light was not damaged, it could explode with power that ordinary Sunshine class cultivators could not resist. If he had used the sword gourd against Bai Chen the first time, he should have been able to kill him. The second time, the sword light was weaker than the first, but even a strong cultivator like Bai Chen could not completely block it. As for the third time, there was a chance to hurt Mo Xian, but as for killing him, there was not much hope. The key was to see how Mo Xian would deal with it. If he was careless, he would be facing the combined attack of Lu Yi and Su Yuqing. Mo Xian was not careless. In other words, he did not have the right to be careless at this moment. Even if the sword light was weakened twice, Mo Xian did not have the ability to block it. This was because after using his Yao Dan, his strength was greatly reduced, and most of his strength was concentrated on his Yao Dan. Therefore, in the face of this incoming sword light, he did not hesitate to call back his Yao Dan. He did not even have time to put it back into his body. He directly activated his Yao Dan to meet the sword light. The moment they collided, a violent force was released. Mo Xian groaned, and the sword light dimmed a lot. Lu Yi called it back into the sword gourd. Looking up, Mo Xian's face flashed with an abnormal flush. There was no doubt that his Yao Dan was damaged in the collision just now. Mo Xian was furious. Although he was at a disadvantage in the battle with Su Yuqing, he was not seriously injured. Who knew that Lu Yi would make him suffer a loss? How could he tolerate this? Moreover, Su Yuqing was already charging in from the side. At this moment, his Yao core was shaking, and his Yao Yuan was unstable. If Su Yuqing and Lu Yi joined forces, he would be in a dire situation. He had to deal with this early-stage sunshine guy first, so that he could deal with Su Yuqing in peace. Suddenly, he raised his head and looked at Lu Yi, a mysterious aura surging from his body as he shouted, "Heaven and Earth Inc." As his voice fell, Lu Yi discovered to his astonishment that boundless black color was gushing out from his ink-black eyes, dyeing the starry sky. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings were plunged into darkness. There was no light at all. Not only that, but Lu Yi couldn't even sense his own existence. It was as if his 5 senses had been stripped away in this boundless darkness. All that was left of him was a mass of consciousness floating in the darkness, alone and without a shore, never to see the light of day. What kind of secret technique was this? No, this was not a secret technique. This was an eye technique. Lu Yi suddenly recalled the scene before the unforeseen event and immediately reacted. What he saw was not the truth. In other words, that boundless black color did not surge out from Emo Xian's eyes. It was just his own misconception. The real situation was not what he saw. Eye technique. Lu Ye's mind settled. It just so happened that he also had a similar method. Exhaling softly, he closed his eyes. When his eyes opened, countless mysterious lines were outlined in his eyes and quickly formed. At the same time, magic power and soul power surged. Blood moon in the sky! Lu Yi shouted. In the world shrouded in darkness, a blood moon suddenly rose into the sky. The crimson color seemed to be made of fresh blood, and blood dripped down from it. It looked extremely terrifying. More importantly, this blood moon looked like a huge eye shining in the sky and overlooking all living things. The black and crimson light collided violently, a silent contest between 2 eye techniques. A short moment later, a crisp sound rang out. The boundless darkness shattered, and the distant world returned once again. Lu Yi looked up and saw Emo Xian pouncing towards him. At this moment, this guy was less than 100 feet away from him. For a peak Sunshine Realm cultivator, this distance was like face-to-face contact. Emo Xian's large hand had already reached out. His fingernails were sharp and cold. He also saw Su Yuqing's anxious and panicked face behind Emo Xian. She was rushing towards Emo Xian, obviously trying to stop Emo Xian before he was in danger. But judging from the distance between them, she probably wouldn't make it in time. Lu Yi broke out in cold sweat. He felt like he was about to collapse. In that instant, he had poured almost all of his power into the Blood Moon Spirit Rune. Although this spiritual pattern came from the Blood Ancestor and was unfathomable, his cultivation was far inferior to Emo Xian's. Therefore, he didn't dare to hold back in order to resist Emo Xian's eye technique. Fortunately, the effect was very obvious. The Blood Moon spiritual pattern that he used all of his energy to cast was indeed not something that Emo Xian's eye technique could resist. At that moment, when his eye technique was broken, Emo Xian obviously suffered a backlash and was affected by the Blood Moon spiritual pattern. Back then, when Lu Yi challenged the illusory blood magic eye, he had personally experienced the terror of the illusory blood magic eye's blink. It was a space wonder that Sunshine Realm cultivators couldn't enter. The main reason was that the illusory blood magic eye's blink came from the blood moon in the core of Mount Fengsuan. After all, the blood moon spiritual pattern came from the blood ancestor's inheritance. Emo Xian's eye technique couldn't compare at all. Emo Xian closed the distance of 100 feet in an instant. He was still in his attacking posture, but he seemed to have lost his mind. His body was stiff, and his demonic eyes were imprinted with crimson light, as if the blood moon was reflected in them. Lu Yi pulled out his saber and stabbed it straight at Emo Xian's chest. He originally wanted to build the divine blade spiritual pattern to strengthen himself, but he realized that there wasn't a single drop of spiritual power left in his body. In that short period of time, he had used up all his spiritual power. The stab was soft and powerless, although the Pan Mountain Saber was sharp enough to pierce into Mo Xian's body. It only went 3 inches into his flesh. It wasn't a serious injury at all. This was all thanks to Mo Xian being trapped in the eye technique and not activating his protective demonic qi. If he had, Lu Ye's attack wouldn't even have been able to pierce through his skin. The slightly stiff Mo Xian suddenly trembled slightly. His turbid eyes showed signs of recovering, and the crimson color began to dissipate. After all, he was at the peak of the Sunshine Realm. Although he was trapped in the eye technique, due to the backlash, it wouldn't last long. After being stimulated by the pain, he would wake up immediately. Yuqing! Lu Yi shouted. After knowing each other for so many years, they had a tacit understanding of each other. It could be said that they had long reached the level where Lu Yi could casually pat Su Yuqing and she would flip over. Su Yuqing knew what Lu Ye's intention was when he shouted. She instantly pounced behind Mo Xian and ruthlessly struck out with her palm. Mo Xian threw himself into Lu Ye's arms, and the long saber pierced through his body. The intense pain finally allowed Mo Xian to escape from the eye technique's backlash. His dark eyes quickly regained clarity, but it was too late. Lu Yi kicked out and sent him flying. Su Yuqing grabbed him and quickly ran away. In the distance, Mo Xian lowered his head and looked at his chest. He couldn't believe that he had suffered such a serious injury. If it was just a simple stab wound, it wouldn't be too serious for him, even if the wound was on his chest. But at this moment, he could clearly feel that there was an extremely strange power lingering around the wound, hindering his recovery. Even with his peak Sunshine Realm strength, he couldn't dispel it in a short time. As Lu Yi had reached the Sunshine Realm, the quality of the Pan Mountain Saber had also improved. The power of brightness had become even more difficult to deal with. This strange power was like a maggot in one's bones, constantly hindering his recovery and tearing his body apart. In other words, if he didn't get rid of the power of brightness as soon as possible, his injuries would only worsen. "How dare you hurt me? I want you dead." Mo Xian raised his head and glared at Lu Yi. It was fine that he couldn't defeat Su Yuqing. She was also a peak Sunshine Realm cultivator and had the qualifications to be on equal footing with him. But now, even an early Sunshine Realm cultivator dared to hurt him. Mo Xian glared at Lu Yi fiercely, as if he was going to pounce on Lu Yi in the next moment. But to everyone's astonishment, not only did he not pounce on Lu Yi, he actually turned around and ran away after shouting those words. How could an expert like him lose his mind because of a momentary loss? Now that Bai Chun was dead, the other beast venerables couldn't escape, and the tens of thousands of beast venerables had suffered heavy casualties. If he didn't leave now, he wouldn't have another chance. Only by surviving can I have a chance to take revenge. This was what he had been working hard for. Unfortunately, he hadn't found a chance to do so. He didn't expect that the opportunity would come so soon. Looking at the direction he fled in, both Lu Yi and Su Yuqing had no intention of chasing after him. They just watched quietly. "Explode!" Su Yuqing suddenly said softly. Mo Xian, who had already fled far away, suddenly stopped. His eyes were filled with extreme fear. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. At this moment, he felt an extremely terrifying aura erupting from within his body. He raised his hand and stabbed it into his chest. Grabbing a burning sensation, it's a talisman, and there's more than one. When did this happen? Mo Xian's eyes were filled with despair. He finally understood why no one chased after him. It was because there was no need to. If it was any other time, he would be able to detect any abnormalities in his body easily. As a peak Sunshine Realm cultivator, he naturally knew his body like the back of his hand. But in this battle, he was injured by the Fong Blade. The power of the Fong Blade was so strange that he didn't notice that Su Yuqing had placed a few powerful talismans in his body. A violent tremor spread out. A huge ball of fire instantly bloomed where Mo Xian was. The strong vitality was completely destroyed at this moment. End of chapter. Chapter 2029. 2 demon venerables had died in battle, and both of them had died with grievances. Lu Yi quietly looked at the ball of fire that was quickly fading. Compared to the blood-colored fireworks that he had released with the 9 blood clones, Mo Xian's firework was not inferior. "Are you all right?" Su Yuqing looked at him with concern. Lu Ye's breath was a little weak, which was undoubtedly because he had consumed too much energy. "I'm fine. Go help them." Lu Yi patted the back of her hand. Su Yuqing nodded, turned around and rushed to the nearest battle. Lu Yi directly sat down and took out a large number of spiritual jades from his storage ring. He urged the power of the talent tree to devour them and restore himself. In this battle, he first took the lead by detonating the 9 blood clones. Then, he destroyed the remaining 4 battleships of Zixian. Then he cooperated with Chun Xianhai to kill Bai Qin and helped Su Yuqing to kill Mo Xian. It could be said that he had paid a huge price and contributed a lot. He should not need to do anything else after this. He just needed to rest in peace. In terms of strength, Zixian had fallen into an absolute disadvantage. Under the premise that 2 demon venerables had died in battle, there was no chance for them to make a comeback. When he recovered, he had the time to investigate the battlefield where the Jade Conch Coalition army was. From his observation, the battlefield here was completely one-sided. If Zixian's army had battleships to support them, it might be difficult for the Jade Conch Coalition army to defeat them, especially the Sunshine-class battleship. It was not something that the cultivators of the Jade Conch Coalition army could contend against. However, after the battleship was destroyed, Zixian's cultivators could only abandon the ship and fight. There was not much difference in the number of both sides. Zixian's cultivators had more, but not by much. Even the number of cultivators on Yao's level was equal. If there was no external interference, such a battle would most likely be a situation where both sides were evenly matched. However, the Jade Conch Coalition army was enchanted by the Soul Clan and supported by the Mermaid Clan's secret technique. Each of them could erupt with strength that was far beyond their normal level. On the other hand, the Song of the Tides constantly disturbed the minds of Zixian's cultivators, causing them to be distracted. Under this situation, the gap between them directly widened. As the 2 armies clashed, Yuluo's side had a strict formation, advancing and retreating with a sense of propriety. On the other hand, Zixian's demonic cultivators were in a state of chaos. After their initial defense line was broken through, they no longer had the strength to resist. The battle had only been going on for a short while, but by the time Lu Yuang arrived, Zixian's demonic cultivators had already lost more than 30% of their forces. The Jade Conch Alliance army was divided into several groups, and they roamed around the huge battlefield like huge dragons, constantly nibbling away at Zixian's forces. Some of the purple jade demonic cultivators had already begun to flee upon seeing that the situation was unfavorable, and this phenomenon was becoming more and more intense with the passage of time. However, under such circumstances, even if they wanted to flee, they still had to ask for permission from the Jade Conch Alliance. The outcome had been decided. Lu Yi retracted his gaze, no longer paying attention. On the battlefield under the sun, Zixuan's troops were defeated like a landslide. Similarly, the situation under the sun wasn't any better. Originally, the death of Bai Chen and Mo Xian had shocked many demon venerables. With Chun Xianhai and Su Yuqing's help, the situation that the demon venerables had worked so hard to maintain collapsed instantly. One by one, the auras of the sun were annihilated. In less than an hour, 6 of the 8 little demon venerables had fallen. Only 2 were still fighting like caged beasts. Under such circumstances, even if they wanted to escape, they had no chance. They obviously knew this, so they all looked defeated, and their eyes were filled with despair. Originally, they thought that there wouldn't be any accidents in this expedition, because Zixian had participated in such battles many times, and there had never been a precedent of failure. Victory after victory had forged Zixian's supreme prestige. No one could have imagined that Zixian would actually suffer such a great loss in this remote corner of the starry sky. Suffering such great losses. This was something that hadn't happened for tens of thousands of years. After a few more breaths, accompanied by a scream, one of the two remaining little demon venerables died in battle. The last one saw that there was no hope of escaping, so he directly took out his demon core and exploded it with a resolute expression. He undoubtedly wanted to drag someone down with him, but unfortunately his strength was limited. Even if he exploded his demon core, he didn't succeed. Perhaps it was a coincidence, but the one who was still alive was the dear demon venerable who had first appeared and fought with Lu Ye's precious blood clone. His strength was at the bottom of all the attacking demon venerables, and he was only at the middle stage of the Sunshine Realm. However, he was the luckiest and survived until the end. After the demon core exploded, the dear demon venerable's aura fell to the point where it was about to die. After all, the demon core was the essence of his life's cultivation. After exploding it, it was equivalent to destroying his cultivation. Although his physical strength was still at the middle stage of the Sunshine Realm, it was no longer considered Sunshine Realm. Moreover, with such a great injury, he wouldn't be able to live for long unless he was treated in time. Looking at the dear demon venerable, Wu Qima sighed. "Why do you have to do this? We originally planned to leave one of the demon venerables alive and let him report back to Zixian. You are too stubborn." The dear demon venerable's face, which was extremely pale because of the explosion of his demon core, suddenly became incomparably shocked. He stared at Wu Qima with wide eyes, filled with anger, and regret. If he had known that the humans had such a plan, why would he have exploded his demon core? It was better to live than to die. It was precisely because he felt that there was no hope of escaping that he decided to risk it all. The corner of his mouth twitched, as if he wanted to ask something, but he couldn't open his mouth. Wu Qima understood what he meant. He nodded and sighed. "I didn't lie to you. That was our original plan. After all, the result of this battle needs to be announced by someone. Otherwise, this battle would be meaningless." Lu Ye's original plan was to beat Zixian until she was crippled and spread the name of Jade Conch. This was not the Wansheng Sea, and there was no one watching the battle. No one would take the initiative to announce the result of this battle. Therefore, they were indeed prepared to leave Rizhao alive and let him escape back to Zixian to achieve their goal of spreading the news of this battle. At the very least, they wanted to let Zixian know that Jade Conch was not a place where they could come and go as they pleased. Who would have thought that the dear demon venerable would be so decisive? After hearing Wu Qima's words, the dear demon venerable's face suddenly turned green and white. He opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. His entire appearance quickly turned pale, and his qi was like a deflated balloon, slipping down at an alarming speed. He obviously couldn't accept the truth. Exploding his demon core had already caused him to lose a lot of his foundation. Now that his mind was shaken, even if he didn't want to die, there was no possibility of living. How sad! Wu Qima looked at him quietly, then suddenly smiled at him. "I was lying to you. Do you really think you have a chance to live?" Venerable Deer Monster was confused and disoriented by him. He didn't know what to believe anymore. However, there was no need to think too much. His qi was quickly weakening to the extreme, and his vitality was dissipating. While Wu Qima and the Deer Demon Venerable were talking, the other Rizhao of the little human clan had already moved out and quickly rushed into the final battlefield. Zixian's army of demon venerables had suffered great losses. As the demon venerables fell one by one, they no longer had the will to fight and were fleeing in all directions. The Jade Conch Alliance split up and chased after them, and even Lu Yi joined in. However, this kind of pursuit couldn't kill them all. However, with the addition of the Rizhao of the little human clan, the situation was different. In terms of speed, the Rizhao of the little human clan couldn't be compared to the average cultivator. Anyone who was caught was doomed. This kind of pursuit lasted for half a day. All the purple jade demon venerables who came to attack, regardless of whether they were Yu Yao or Xing Su, all of them fell. It could be said that in this battle, Zixian had been completely annihilated from top to bottom. Such a result was rarely seen in any battle in the starry skies where the strength and number of forces were similar. After the battle, it was naturally time to clean up the battlefield. All demon venerables had demon cores in their bodies, and demon cores were resources that could be used in many situations. Although many demon venerables had exploded their demon cores during the battle, most of them were still left behind. This was especially true for Rizhao-level demon cores. Each one was extremely precious. There were also the storage rings of the purple jade demon venerables. They always had some good stuff on them, and now they were all spoils of war for the Jade Conch Alliance. Other than that, there were only 2 slightly damaged Yu Yao battleships left. The Purple Jade fleet consisted of 1 large ship and 4 smaller ones. Lu Yi had used the precious blood clone to self-detonate and destroyed 1 ship. Then, he used the giant blade to cut through another ship. The largest ship's protection had been broken by the sword chi of the sword gourd, but it was also cut open by his blade. Only 2 ships were still intact. These were all resources that could be recovered. Outside Fengsuan Mountain, on the central battleship, the mermaid clan cultivators were resting and adjusting their breathing. Although they didn't directly participate in the battle, whether it was the use of their clan weapons or the chanting of the Song of the Tides, it was a huge burden on them. Their leader, Yan Miao, was pale. If she really wanted to compare, she had paid far more in this battle than if she had directly participated in the battle. This was because the mermaid clan's population was too small, and the range of their secret technique's blessing was too wide. There were too many people, and Yan Miao was the one who led the enhancement of the Rizhao. This short battle had almost emptied her Rizhao's foundation. Qin Yi stood beside Yan Miao, dizzily looking at the many cultivators who were busy around her. For a moment, she felt like she was in a dream. She had been entrusted by Lu Yi to stay in Fengsuan Mountain. Her main task was to look after the many medical cultivators. After all, when the battle started, there would definitely be injuries. When the time came, they would return to Fengsuan Mountain to heal. Of course, she understood that Lu Ye's arrangement was to not let her show her face in public. He didn't want Zixian to hold a grudge and implicate the 4-star systems. She was actually very worried about staying in Fengsuan Mountain because Zixian was very powerful. Even though she had seen many Rizhao of the dwarf clan before, she wasn't sure if Lu Ye's side was a match for them. During the battle, she and many medical cultivators waited in Fengsuan Mountain. In the end, they didn't even see a single one of them come back to heal. This gave Qin an extremely bad feeling. In such a situation, either the battle hadn't broken out yet, so no one was injured, or the battle was so fierce that the injured cultivators didn't have time to come back to heal and were still fighting desperately. If it was the first case, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, if it was the second, the result would be terrible. End of chapter. Chapter 2030. Just as Qin Yi was waiting anxiously for half a day, a Xiaoru suddenly returned to Mount Fengsuan. He called out to the waiting medical cultivators and informed them that the battle was over. They had won a great victory, and the Zixian army had been completely annihilated. Qin Yi was in disbelief. She knew the strength of Zixian's army, which was why she had rushed to Jade Conch. Such a force was not something an ordinary galaxy could contend with. Even if Jade Conch's foundation was not bad and they had the capital to contend with Zixian, they would have to pay a huge price to defeat the other party. But how long had it been? Jade Conch had won, and it was a great victory. On the contrary, the Zixian army that she could only look up to had been completely annihilated. A complete annihilation. This undoubtedly meant that no one from the Zixian army had escaped. What price would Jade Conch have to pay for such a great victory? Qin Yi thought that Jade Conch would also suffer great losses, but there were not many injured cultivators on their side, not to mention those who died in battle. On the chaotic battlefield, Corpses of Xian Yao cultivators were everywhere. Some maintained their human forms before they died, while others returned to their original forms. All of them were baring their fangs and brandishing their claws, looking terrifying. After the battle, the Jade Conch cultivators gathered in groups of 3 to 5, happily collecting the spoils of war. In Qin Yi's eyes, they did not look like they had just fought a war, but a group of people who were going to the market. All kinds of bizarre things made Qin Yi dizzy, feeling that the world was strange. The battle did not take too long, but cleaning up the battlefield took a lot of effort. 3 days later, the dust finally settled. Everything that should be collected had been collected, including the battleships that were destroyed by Lu Yi. They were all pulled into Mount Fengsuan by the cultivators. Although the battleships were damaged, there were still many places where they could be used, especially the Rainbow-class battleship. If they could find a suitable person to repair it, it might still have a chance to see the light of day again. The Jade Conch army gathered in Mount Fengsuan to celebrate, while Lu Yi drove Mount Fengsuan back the way he came. A few days later, Mount Fengsuan was resettled near Juzhou. After the celebration, Su Yuan found Lu Yi and bid him farewell. The Soul Race came out this time mainly because of Lu Ye's request. If not for Lu Yi, the Soul Race would not have rashly participated in the battle in the starry sky. Now that the dust of the battle had settled, the Soul Race had no intention of staying outside for long. Naturally, they had to return to their ancestral land. Lu Yi enthusiastically urged him to stay. This time the battle against Zixian had gone so smoothly because of the Spiritlings. Under the influence of the Spiritlings, the strength of the Jade Conch Alliance army, from Xingqiu to Rizhao, had increased greatly. This was why they had been able to win so easily. Otherwise, with the support of the merfolk's secret technique, the Jade Conch Alliance would only be able to gain the upper hand at most. Large numbers of casualties would be unavoidable. Su Yuan tactfully declined. The reason why the Spiritas were unwilling to show themselves outside was mainly because they did not like the outside environment. Just like how fish needed to live in the water, the ancestral land was the most suitable place for the Spiritas to live. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as a fish out of water in the outside world, it was still uncomfortable. Only by attaching one's soul to a living being would this discomfort be eliminated. But unless they were extremely close, who would be willing to be possessed by the Soul Race? If that was the case, then there wouldn't be any secrets left. You're now in the Jin Rizhao dynasty. You should finish your chores and come to the ancestral land. Cultivating the soul-subduing secret technique in the ancestral land has a unique advantage, advised Su Yuan. Yes, replied Lu Yi respectfully. Every Rizhao dynasty cultivator had their own soul-subduing secret technique. This was because once one reached this realm, it was the cultivation of a god. The soul-subduing secret technique was the most important part of this cultivation. This secret technique was extremely important to the Rizhao dynasty and would not be used lightly. But once it was used, it would be a battle of life and death. Before Bai Chun died, he had used his own soul-subduing secret technique in a vain attempt to drag Lu Yi down with him. In the end, he was stopped by Su Yuan. Although Su Yuan had blocked it easily, that was because he was a Spiritas. No other race could compare to his cultivation of the soul. In fact, if Su Yuan hadn't acted, even Qin Xianhai wouldn't have been able to completely block the soul-subduing secret technique. If it had affected Lu Yi, the consequences would have been dire. Even if Su Yuan hadn't mentioned it, Lu Yi was prepared. In this world, there was no place more suitable for cultivating the soul-subduing secret technique than the ancestral land of the Spiritas. Yi and the sacred beast will stay behind. Take care of them, instructed Su Yuan. It was rare to have a chance to spend time with Lu Yi, so Yi naturally didn't want to miss it. She didn't plan to return to the ancestral land for the time being and stayed behind with Hu Po. Don't worry, Elder. Lu Yi nodded. To him, Yi and Hu Po were family. Of course. He wouldn't let anything happen to them. Moreover, in Mount Minuscule, there was nothing that could threaten them. The Spiritas left under Su Yuan's lead. Lu Yi sent them off. A moment later, the Rizhao dynasty from the south and west of Mount Minuscule also came to bid farewell. This time, they had come to reinforce Lu Yi. Each of them only had one Rizhao to guard Mount Fengsuan. Many of Yu Yao's subordinates had been transferred over as well. Now that the battle was over, they naturally had to rush back to prevent the two divisions from encountering any mishaps on their way back. They were all family, and their relationship was even closer than with the Spiritas. Naturally, Lu Yi didn't need to be too courteous with them. In front of the formation, the humanoid race's Rizhao dynasty gathered. Lu Yi said, "We were going to talk about this in 2 days, but since the South and West senior brothers and sisters are leaving, we can discuss it first." Wu Ji, the leader of the South, looked at Lu Yi. "Junior brother Lu, what are you talking about?" Lu Yi said, "Senior brothers and sisters, you should know about the Wanxiang Sea. The current situation is that the three-world island controls the Wanxiang Sea. We have also reached some agreements with the major galaxies, so there shouldn't be any problems. In the previous battle, 3 top-tier spiritual islands fell into our hands. Now, I've handed the Wanxiang Island to Rizhao from the Wanxiang Galaxy to manage. He will rebuild the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce and share the profits. There's still Purple Jade Island and Winged Sky Island left. These 2 are both top-tier spiritual islands. What I mean is, does the humanoid race want one or both?" Hearing this, the Rizhao dynasty raised their eyebrows. Top-tier spiritual islands. Every top-tier spiritual island in the Wanxiang Sea was a treasure trove. Usually, only the top forces could occupy them. Moreover, there was only a small number of them. Since ancient times, their numbers hadn't changed much. Even when the Wanxiang Galaxy was in charge of the Wanxiang Sea, they only occupied one Wanxiang Island. If not for the fact that top-tier spiritual islands were so precious, the Tianyan realm wouldn't have coveted Wushuang Island. In the end, they didn't reap any benefits, and even got into trouble. Now that the three-world island was in charge, they controlled 3 spiritual islands. Including the three-world island, they had 4. How many top-tier spiritual islands were there in the entire Wanxiang Sea? Occupying 4 of them was an exaggeration. The Rizhao dynasty, from the humanoid race, looked at each other. They could see the desire in each other's eyes. It wasn't that they didn't know about the convenience of the Wanxiang Sea. In the past, the 3 tribes of the humanoid race were divided and couldn't merge. Moreover, they wandered around and didn't have the chance to touch the Wanxiang Sea. Now it was different. Lu Yi had found the core of Mount Fengsuan. The eastern region had already merged with the core. The southern region would arrive soon. Once the western region merged, Mount Fengsuan would be complete. They finally didn't have to wander around anymore. The three-world island controlled the Wanxiang Sea and had extra top-tier spiritual islands. It could be said that the humanoid race was in a favorable position. If they could occupy a top-tier spiritual island in the Wanxiang Sea, it would be of great benefit to the development of the humanoid race. Their spiritual talismans had always been in short supply. Just this business alone would ensure that the humanoid race wouldn't have to worry about resources in the future. As the leader of the humanoid race, Rizhao dynasty naturally had to consider the future of his race. This is feasible. I have no objections. Wu Ji nodded. On the western side, Zhang Kuan also nodded. I have no objections either. What about Brother Chen? He looked at Chen Xianhai. Chen Xianhai said, "That's good too. Our race will occupy a top-tier spiritual island in the Wanxiang Sea. Then, we'll have a place to stay in the Wanxiang Sea." Zi Xian suffered such a great loss this time. She definitely won't let it go. Yu Luo and the others might not dare to come again. They might even go to the Wanxiang Sea to cause trouble. When that time comes, we can send Rizhao dynasty to hold the fort, just in case. Lu Yi blinked. The people of Fengsuan Mountain didn't know about the 3 treasures, Rui money yet. If they did, They would definitely understand that compared to Luo, the Wanxiang Sea was a place they didn't dare to go. To Zixian, that place was truly a tiger's den. Then it settled. Zixian, or Winged Sky Island, will be reserved for you. Zixian it is. Chen Xianhai decided. This time, Demon Venerable Zixian basically died at the hands of Rizhao dynasty of the humanoid race. Since there was already enmity, there was no need to fear occupying the original Zixian Island. Lu Yi naturally had no objections. After a short while, he used his position as the lord of Fengcun Mountain to activate the formation and send away the humanoid race from the south and west. It won't take long for the south to merge with us. When that time comes, Fengcun Mountain will become much stronger. I'm really looking forward to it. Wu Qima suddenly said. Lu Yi was also looking forward to it because it wasn't just the south that came. There was also the blood extinction world that came with them. This world was formed by one of the blood progenitor's arms. When it merged with the blood extinction world, who knew what would happen? Junior brother Lu, of the demon venerables Zixian we encountered this time, the 8 lesser demon venerables are probably dead. However, you have to be careful of the 2 greater demon venerables in the future, Chen Xianhai said. Lu Yi was stunned. Senior brother, do you mean the one who came this time wasn't the real one? Chun Xianhai shook his head. I'm not sure. Avatars are different from ordinary avatars, so even I can't tell if it's the real one or not. Moreover, even if Bai Chen and Mo Xian came with their real bodies, there must be avatars alive. They suffered great losses in this battle, but Yu Luo's background was also exposed. Lu Yi smiled. That's fine. If we can make Zixian suffer once, we can do it again. They suffered great losses in this battle and won't dare to come again in the short term. As long as you know. Chun Xianhai nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 2031. The liveliness in Fengcun Mountain gradually dissipated with the departure of the Soul Clan and the southern and western human clans. The cultivators of the Qingli Dao world and the Jade Conch world were not in a hurry to return. Many of the constellations called their friends to the 9 states. The existence of the 9 states Azura field was no longer a secret. Long ago, there were cultivators from the 2 worlds who received the news and came to the 9 states to participate in the training of the Azura field. But that was only a minority. Most of them had only heard of the magic of the Azura field and had never experienced it personally. This was a rare opportunity. Naturally, they had to enter and experience it. After all, the training in the Azura field was greatly beneficial to the growth of cultivators. After Lu Yi heard the news, he quickly contacted Little Nine. So many constellations. How is the burden of the Azura field? The maintenance of the Azura field required consumption. A portion of the consumption was the foundation of the 9 provinces, but more of it was the spirit jades. The Azura field was a type of treasure. Little Nine could borrow the power of the spirit jades to activate its might, creating scenes that could allow cultivators to train. The stronger the cultivator who entered, the greater the consumption. For the current 9 states, there was almost no consumption for cultivators below the divine sea level to train. Only constellations had such consumption. In the past, there were not many constellations in the 9 states, so the consumption was naturally not much. But now there were thousands of constellations in the 9 states. This number was not small. It's okay. Little Nine immediately replied. Now, the spiritual energy in the starry sky is much more active than before. The resources absorbed by the 9 states from the starry sky are enough to maintain the consumption. And this activity is getting more and more intense. In another 10 or 20 years, there may be no problem for Yueyao to come in and train. Getting more and more intense? Lu Yi was a little stunned. He had not noticed this kind of thing, because every time he returned to the 9 provinces, he would not stay for too long. He was not like Little Nine. The 9 provinces lay in this place, and any changes in the spiritual energy in the nearby starry sky could not escape its observation. Yes, it has been like this since a few years ago. Do you know the reason? Lu Yi asked. Although it was a good thing for the 9 states that the spiritual energy in the starry sky had become more active, the improvement of the resources of the 9 states would increase. This was because the resources of any realm were increased by devouring and fusing the spiritual energy in the starry sky. This was an extremely long process, but everything had a reason. Lu Yi felt that it was best to figure out the source of this change. I'm not sure. How could little 9 know the reason? It was born from the combination of the source of 9 regions and the tool spirit of the Tianji disc. It knew everything that happened in 9 regions like the back of its hand, but it had no way to investigate anything that happened outside of 9 regions. Lu Yi thought for a moment and said, "Observe more. If there's anything wrong, remember to tell me as soon as possible." Got it. Little 9 agreed and suddenly thought of something. By the way, Lu Yi, is there a problem with the Qing Li Dao realm? The constellations born in that realm can't be promoted to Yu Yao? There is indeed such a problem. Lu Yi nodded. He was not surprised that little 9 knew about this. Previously, many cultivators from the Qing Li Dao world had come to the 9 states to gain experience in the Shura field. Perhaps little 9 had overheard some people chatting. Why? Do you have a solution? Little 9 chuckled. I do have an idea. Tell me about it. Little 9 then mumbled something to Lu Yi. Lu Yi was dumbfounded as he listened. That works too. Of course. This way it will be good for the 9 states, and the problem of the Qing Li Dao world will be solved. Don't you always talk about saving the country in a roundabout way? This is not a bad idea. There is a way. Lu Yi admitted that little 9 was right, but this idea was somewhat ridiculous. He thought for a moment and said, I'll talk to Old Tang and Wu Zhuo when I have time. Among the 3 realms in the galaxy, the 9 states was originally at the bottom. However, with Lu Ye's promotion to Sunshine and the placement of Fengsuan Mountain, the Qing Li Dao world was now the most pitiful. There were only 2 Yu Yao in the entire realm, and one of them, Tang Jun, had exhausted his potential. It was impossible to predict how far Wu Zhuo could go. This time, Tang Jun had also returned to Jade Conch. It was his first time returning since he was stranded in the island of all manifestations. Now, these 2, the Yu Yao of Jade Conch, Luan Xiaoa, and the Mermaid Clan were all staying in Fengsuan Mountain. While Lu Yi was talking to little 9, a few figures flew over and landed in front of him. They were the blood warriors under his command, the Xiangyin Xianyu sisters, Ding Beifeng and Ma Shangxi, who had returned with Lu Yi from the island of all manifestations. In the previous battle with Zi Xian, these 4 blood warriors had contributed greatly. The blood race played a great role in such a battlefield. The 4 of them joined forces and spread a huge sea of blood, destroying a large number of Zi Xian's Yao cultivators. It could be said that they had made outstanding contributions. The blood warriors saluted in unison. What is it? Lu Yi turned to look at them. Xiangyin Xianyu and Ding Beifeng did not speak. Only Ma Shangxi stammered, Sir, I have a request. I hope Sir will grant it. As soon as he spoke, Lu Yi knew what he wanted. He waved his hand and said, If you want to go, then go. You don't have to go to the island of all manifestations anymore. What he wanted was nothing more than to enter the blood refinement realm, to cultivate. Back then, when Lu Yi first brought him to the 9 states, he had already mentioned this matter. However, Lu Yi did not agree at that time because he had just ascended to Yu Yao. If Ma Shangxi were to ascend to Sunshine, there might be some unpredictable consequences. Now that Lu Yi had broken through to the Sunshine realm, of course, he hoped that the strength of his blood warriors would be as strong as possible. The 4 blood warriors were all at the late Moon Jade realm, with Ma Shangxi's background being the strongest. If he could break through to the Sunshine realm, he would undoubtedly play a greater role in the future. Ma Shangxi was stunned for a moment before he was overjoyed and bowed deeply. Many thanks, sir. He had heard that Xiangyin Xianyu and the others had been cultivating in the blood-refining realm all this time. When he heard the news at that time, his heart was filled with bitterness. He was obviously Lu Ye's first blood warrior, and he was the one who, fortunately, Lu Yi did not refuse this time. He left gratefully. Glancing in the direction the blood warriors left, Lu Yi withdrew his gaze. Under his perception, the 9 regions was more lively than ever before. This time, many cultivators returned to their homeland, so of course there were many places to reminisce and make arrangements. Not to mention other places, just the Blue Blood sect, with the return of the sect master and the others. The entire sect was celebrating as if it was the new year. This was just a microcosm of the current situation in the 9 regions. All the major sects were the same. Lu Ye's heart was at ease. In the past, when the insect path was not accessible, no matter how famous the 3-world island was in the 10,000 Elephant Sea and how many benefits it obtained, it still felt like a tree without roots and water without a source. Now it was different. The insect path was connected to the 10,000 Elephant Sea and the Jade Conch Galaxy, so it was no longer as troublesome for cultivators to travel between the 2 places. The Jade Conch Galaxy also had the closest connection to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, so the 3-world island could be considered to have its own roots. If one day something happened in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, everyone could retreat to the Jade Conch Galaxy. Thinking back to when he and Old Tang were stranded in the 10,000 Elephant Sea, they had nowhere to go and were all alone. Now they controlled the entire 10,000 Elephant Sea, like a carp that leaped over the dragon's gate, and their status had undergone a tremendous change. "Junior brother Lu, you're here." A voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yi turned his head and saw a woman's figure landing. He nodded slightly. "Senior sister Qin. Senior sister is..." Qin Yi smiled. "I'm leaving. I came to say goodbye to you." She had witnessed a great show this time and was greatly shocked. She was moved by the unity of the Jade Conch Galaxy cultivators and was even more shocked by Lu Ye's connections and methods. This great battle involved the human race, the demon race, the humanoid race, the soul race, the mermaid race, the flower race, the wood spirit race, the spore race. This was rare anywhere. Lu Yi was shocked. "You're going back now." Qin Yi raised her hand and smoothed her hair that was messed up by the wind. "I have to go back eventually." Lu Yi nodded and did not urge her to stay. "Then I'll send you off." "Thank you very much." He naturally knew the purpose of Qin Yi's visit this time. In the face of a colossus like Zi Xian, that was already the limit of what Qin Yi could do, which was also the limit of the 4 galaxies. They were powerless to do anything more. So, of course, Lu Yi had to thank her. Qin Yi waved her hand. "Junior brother, you don't have to thank me for not being of any help." She paused and said, "However, I have a request." When she said this, she could not help but blush with shame. She did not help at all, and now she had to ask for help. However, this matter was related to the 4 Corners Galaxy, so she had to ask, "Senior sister, are you talking about the insect path?" Lu Yi knew that in the past, if the people from the 4 Corners Galaxy wanted to go to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, they had to travel for a long time. They had to follow the route he took back then, and finally use the insect path in the Long Cloud Galaxy to enter the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Compared to using the Jade Conch Galaxy, such a route would undoubtedly take more time and effort. Qin Yi already knew about the insect path, so she naturally had her own ideas. "That's right." Qin Yi nodded. "I would like to ask Junior Brother to allow the cultivators from the 4 Corners Galaxy to use your insect path to enter the 10,000 Elephant Sea in the future. This way, they would save at least half the time. Moreover, the Long Cloud Galaxy was not very friendly to them. Every time they wanted to use the insect path, they had to pay a sum of spiritual jade as a toll. However, if they wanted to use the Jade Conch Galaxy, they would not have to pay this extra fee. That's not a problem." Lu Yi agreed immediately. The insect path is not stable enough now. I'll arrange for the U Jade-class warships to be on standby there and take cultivators back and forth. When the insect path gradually stabilizes in the future, it will be easier to pass through. Currently, there were 3 U Jade-class warships that could be used in the 9 states. 1 was brought back from the 10,000 Elephant Sea. 2 were seized, and a few warships that Lu Yi destroyed needed to be repaired. Lu Yi planned to use 2 of them and place them at the 2 ends of the insect path. Thank you, junior brother. Qin Yi bowed gracefully, although she knew that Lu Yi would not refuse. Qin Yi was still very grateful that he agreed so readily. Her senior brothers from the Four Corners Galaxy would never have imagined that the Jade Conch Galaxy had such a terrifying foundation. The Zixian army that they thought was unstoppable was completely wiped out by the Jade Conch Galaxy in a single battle. Qin Yi could almost imagine their shocked expressions when she returned and told them what had happened here. That would be interesting. End of chapter. Chapter 2032. Qin Yi left. In the end, Lu Yi didn't send her off. She was going back to the Four Directions Galaxy. It was a long journey, so where could he send her off? Moreover, Lu Yi had agreed to let the Four Directions Galaxy pass through, so they would be in close contact in the future. Lu Ye's figure flickered and he left. A moment later, he returned to the Jade Blood Sect. Yi immediately sensed his return and rushed over with Hoopa. She held onto his arm, as if she didn't want to be separated from him ever again. After chatting with Yi for a while, he went to look for the busy second senior sister. After a long time, Lu Yi finally reacted. Where are sect master and master? He actually didn't see the old couple's figures, second senior sister smiled and said. The 2 of them suddenly sensed something and went into seclusion. Lu Ye's expression became serious. Are they going to break through to the Yu Yao realm? Shui Yuan nodded. That should be it. Moreover, it's not just the 2 of them. According to the news I received after this battle, many of the older generation are showing signs of breaking through. Soon, many new Yu Yao will appear in the 9 states. Calculating the time, it was about time for these older cultivators to break through. One had to know that they were all leading figures of various eras in the 9 states. Whether it was talent or talent, they were all top-notch. After Lu Yi entered the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the cultivation environment was excellent, and there was no lack of resources. It was only natural that they would break through to the constellation realm. Although the battle with Zixian wasn't difficult, before the battle began, everyone had disregarded life and death. They all carried a sense of determination. After a great victory, they returned to their homeland after a long time, and their hearts settled down peacefully. Such a change in state of mind undoubtedly had the effect of breaking through their shackles. This was why so many of the older cultivators had gone into seclusion. Not only the older cultivators, but the younger cultivators like Feng Wujiang and Li Baxian also entered seclusion one after another. It was indeed as Shui Yuan said. Soon, many new Yu Yao would appear in the 9 states. Senior's sister should be almost there, right? Lu Yi asked. Shui Yuan smiled and said, I can still suppress it a little. That's good. Lu Yi nodded. He looked toward the sect master's residence and sighed. What a pity. In the past, he had told the cultivators of the 3-world island that if there were signs of a breakthrough to the Yu Yao realm, they should inform him in advance. This was because there would be great benefits if they could break through to the Yu Yao realm in the Constellation Hall. Back then, Bai Lu and the other mermaid clan cultivators had helped Yu Yao ascend to the Constellation Hall. At that time, he didn't know much about Yu Yao. He only knew that there were benefits, but he didn't know what those benefits were. Now he understood that if Yu Yao was promoted in the Constellation Hall, the quality of her source would be slightly higher. This was undoubtedly beneficial to her future cultivation. Unfortunately, ascension was not something that could be controlled by humans. When one reached a critical point, forcefully suppressing one's cultivation base would not only bring no benefits, it would even cause problems. Furthermore, he was not in the 10,000 elephant sea most of the time. So over the years, many cultivators from the Jade Conch realm had managed to ascend to Yao. It was the same this time. The sect leader and the others felt that the time had come, so they might as well let nature take its course. Shui Yuan's situation was a little different. She had spent most of her time concocting pills, so her cultivation progress was slightly slower. Naturally, she could suppress it slightly. However, even if the sect leader and the others were to ascend in the 9 states, it wouldn't be much of a problem. At most, they wouldn't be able to obtain a better source, so it wouldn't affect their foundations. Furthermore, ascending in their homeland could deepen the connection between them and their homeland. In the future, if they were to compete with others in their homeland, they would have a certain degree of advantage. Moreover, if the 9 states could ascend to a top-grade realm in the future, the sect leader and the others would also gain more benefits. Lu Yi didn't think too much about it. He looked at Shui Yuan and said, "It's been a long time since I tasted senior sister's cooking." Back when Lu Ye's cultivation hadn't been very high, Shui Yuan had done everything she could to help Lu Yi recuperate. Every time she returned, she would prepare a delicious and rich medicinal cuisine. Now that he thought about it, he really missed it. "Wait here." Shui Yuan pursed her lips into a smile, then turned around and left. "I'll go help." Yi bounced up and down, following Shui Yuan's footsteps. Lu Yi stayed in the Jade Blood sect for a few days, and he truly enjoyed these days. A few days later, Tang Jun and Wu Zhuo, who had been staying in the Fongcen Mountain, received a summons and rushed to the Jade Blood sect. On the Jade Bamboo Peak, Lu Yi received the 2 of them and served them tea. Lao Tang sighed, the 9 heavens, no, the 9 prefectures are so vast and rich in resources. In comparison, if the 9 prefectures were a bustling city, then the Qing Li Daoist world was a remote mountain village. The appearance and overall standard of the cultivation world couldn't be compared at all. Lao Tang changed the topic and asked, "It said that the 9 prefectures was a top-notch world 10,000 years ago. Is this true?" He obviously heard some rumors from somewhere. That was 10,000 years ago. Who knows? Lu Yi smiled. "If you think the 9 prefectures are good, why don't you move here and retire?" Tang Jun curled his lips. "I'm willing, but are you willing?" Lu Yi thought for a while and nodded. "The Wanxiang Sea can't do without you." Ever since the rise of the 3-world island, Tang Jun had been the chief of external affairs of the 3-world island. He was in contact with all kinds of people. Without him, the 3-world island would have a lot of inconveniences. That's why I said that I was born to be busy. Tang Jun picked up the teacup and drank it in one gulp. He looked at Lu Yi with a bitter face. "You're not kind, kid. I was fooled by you." "What do you mean?" Lu Yi was surprised. Tang Jun carefully recounted. "When this old man first met you, you said you were called Li Tai. It was a long time later that this old man found out that this name was fake. It was only recently that this old man found out that not only was your name fake, your background was also fake." Lu Yi was speechless. Why bring up the past? Tang Jun didn't let it go. "No, kid, you have to tell me clearly which part of you is real." Lu Yi sighed. "My respect for you is real." Tang Jun was speechless. After a while, he said sullenly, "Kid, you really rely on your mouth. I deserve to be fooled by you." Wu Zhuo looked at them bickering and smiled without saying anything. "Tell me, why did you summon us here?" Tang Jun asked. Lu Yi thought about it and finally decided to say it directly. "Integration of the world." Tang Jun was stunned. He was knowledgeable, but he didn't understand at all. He asked in confusion, "What do you mean?" Wu Zhuo was also puzzled. Lu Yi said, "It's very simple. Integrate the Qing Li Dao world into the 9 states. From then on, there will be no more Qing Li Dao world. The 2 worlds will become one." Tang Jun and Wu Zhuo were dumbfounded. Old Tang asked, "Can this be done?" Lu Yi nodded. "Since I said so, It can definitely be done. However, if the two of you agree to this, it will require a lot of preparation work, and this can't be done overnight. Can it really be done? Tang Jun asked with uncertainty. Yes, Lu Yi answered seriously. Since little Jiu suggested this method was feasible. He continued, Of course, I know that this is a serious matter, so I agree. Before Lu Yi could finish, Old Tang immediately expressed his opinion and turned to Wu Zhuo. Wu Zhuo also nodded slowly. If this can be done, I have no objections. Lu Yi blinked, and the rest of his sentence was stuck in his throat. He could only swallow it. Won't the two of you think about it more? Old Tang said, Let me ask you a question. After the integration, the Qingli Dao world will be completely integrated into the 9 states, right? Will the problem that has been plaguing our world still exist? Lu Yi knew what problem he was talking about. It was the problem of the constellations in the Qingli Dao world being unable to upgrade Yu Yao. This was the problem of the entire Qingli Dao world, and it was not something that could be solved by humans. The main reason was that the divine light produced in the Qingli Dao world was flawed and could only allow cultivators to upgrade to constellations. After the integration, the Qingli Dao world will no longer exist. Naturally, that problem will no longer exist. Lu Yi replied, Then there is no problem. Tang Jun nodded. Lu Yi could not help but say, I think the two of you should think about it more. Tang Jun raised his hand to stop him. Compared to the 2 realms, the 9 states has a more profound and powerful foundation. It has only been a few years since the 9 states became a large realm. In terms of foundation, even the Jade Conch world cannot compare to you. With such a rapid improvement, you have the potential to become a top realm. Furthermore, the 9 states has the Azura field. Regardless of whether you are from the Spirit Stream or the Star Mansion, you can train yourselves there. I heard that the 9 states also has the unfathomable heavenly design, which coordinates all things. These are all things that the Qingli Dao world desires but cannot obtain. After the integration of the realms, everyone will be a cultivator of the 9 states. Wu Zhuo nodded and said, There is one more thing. The Qingli Dao world is the first to bear the brunt of Zi Xian's invasion. If you did not gather so many helpers to fend off the enemy, the Qingli Dao world would have been destroyed. With the current strength of our world, we do not have the ability to resist the enemy. However, if we integrate into the 9 states, we will not have to worry about these problems. After all, Mount Fangsuan is nearby. Tang Jun continued, Indeed, no matter how bad my homeland is, it is the place where I was born and raised. I am also reluctant to part with it. However, if the integration of the world can give future generations a better and brighter future, it is reasonable for our generation to make some sacrifices. As he said this, he looked at Lu Yi and said, There is no reason to reject such a good thing. Lu Yi looked at the 2 of them and said, It seems that the 2 of you have agreed. Old Tang urged agree. You should act quickly on your side. If there is anything that you need from the world, do not hesitate to ask. The integration of the world was not something that could be done overnight. It required a lot of preparation in the early stages. Seeing that their attitude was firm and even a little impatient, Lu Yi immediately explained. The 2 of them listened and nodded continuously. From time to time, they were surprised because many of the things that Lu Yi said were impossible to achieve. However, since Lu Yi had made such arrangements, there should be no problem. End of chapter. Chapter 2033. The first thing to be done was to make arrangements for the living beings of the Qingli Dao world. Otherwise, there would be a lot of casualties in the process, not to mention the ordinary people who had never cultivated before. Even the cultivators below the constellation level would not be able to withstand the torment of the realm. Therefore, not long after Lu Yi, Tang Jun, and Wu Zhuo's discussion, a group of constellations set off from the 9 states and rushed to the Qingli Dao world with a large number of Tianji pillars. In the future, as long as these Tianji pillars were placed in the Qingli Dao world, then the living beings of the entire world could be transferred through the Tianji pillars. After everything was arranged, the Tianji pillars would absorb the foundation of the Qingli Dao world and lead the Qingli Dao world to converge with the 9 states and complete the realm integration. In the past, Little Nine could not do such a thing. The Tianji pillars could only connect a limited range. However, as the foundation of the 9 states continued to strengthen over the years, its ability to exert more and more power, especially after obtaining the Azura field. The power of this treasure could imperceptibly strengthen Little Nine's own ability. It could be said that they complemented each other. It was no exaggeration to say that with the help of the Azura field, the Tianji pillars could now cover more than half of the Jade Snail Galaxy. The reason why Little Nine mentioned the realm integration to Lu Yi was naturally because it would be beneficial to the 9 states. After the realm integration, the foundation of the Qingli Dao world would belong to the 9 states. It would definitely be of great help to the growth of the 9 states. No matter what problems the Qingli Dao world had, it was still a large world that could nurture constellations. In the past, 9 regions had devoured the foundation of the blood refining world and the foundation of the Wushuang continent, but these 2 worlds were only low-level regions. Even so, after devouring the foundation of the blood refining world, 9 regions had also been promoted to a large region. When the 9 states swallowed the foundation of the Qingli Dao world in the future, no one knew what would happen. Lu Yi handed over this matter to Wu Zhuo because Lu Yi could not stay in the galaxy for a long time. Tang Jun also could not stay, so in terms of candidate, only Wu Zhuo was left. As for the Qingli Dao world, under the premise of the 2 Yu Yao's agreement, the fate of the entire world had already been decided. Unsurprisingly, when the news spread, the constellations of the Qingli Dao world were reluctant to leave their homeland. But more than that, they were looking forward to it. In the short time they had been in the 9 prefectures, they had already seen too many novel things. Putting everything else aside, just the Azura field alone was enough for them to toss and turn. Lu Yi set the tone for the matter of the realm fusion and left it to Wu Zhuo to deal with. Little Nine would help him in secret. On his side, he ordered a group of people to drive 2 UAL-level central warships to the Insect Passage. Now that the Insect Passage was connected, it was convenient to travel between the local star system and the Wanxiang Sea. However, it was necessary to guard against people with ulterior motives from sneaking into the local star system. Therefore, there had to be people guarding both ends of the Insect Passage. This was a deployment that all galaxies had. Right now, the Insect Path wasn't stable enough. Even someone like Su Yiming, like Yu Yao, would be in danger if they tried to force their way through. Thus, they didn't need to worry too much. However, there would always be a time when the Insect Path would stabilize in the future. Thus, they naturally had to make preparations in advance. There weren't many sunshine in the local star system, but there were already quite a few Yu Yao. Most of them were from the Jade Conch realm, so it wasn't a problem for them to take turns overseeing the situation. A few days later, the 2 warships arrived at the entrance of the Insect Passage. Lu Yi left one warship to guard this end while he steered the other warship into the Insect Passage. As usual, he used the heart core of the Void Beast to open the way. It was a peaceful journey. Not long after, the warship appeared in the Wanxiang Galaxy. This is the Wanxiang Galaxy. On the deck of the warship, Han Dong spoke. As he looked around, his gaze was quickly attracted by a beautiful scene in the distance. Looking from this position, the beautiful scene was like a small water droplet, blooming with colorful lights. It was dazzling. However, Han Dong knew that it was small because it was too far away. If he were to get close to the small water droplet, it would definitely be a huge object. This time, besides Han Dong, there were 2 other Jade Conch realm cultivators, and Yu Yao who had ascended in the 3-realm island. There were also a few constellations who were responsible for guarding this place. They were the first batch of cultivators to guard the Insect Passage. That's the Wanxiang Sea. Lu Yi stood beside him and said, "If you're interested, you can go and take a look." Han Dong was clearly moved. He had heard of the Wanxiang Sea's famous name for so many years. Unfortunately, he had never had the chance to see it. Now that he finally saw it with his own eyes, of course he wanted to go and take a look. However, he still shook his head and said next time, there will naturally be a chance when we have a break. Now that he was in the Wanxiang Galaxy, was there no need to worry about not having a chance? There was no hurry. All right. Lu Yi did not force him. Then I'll have to trouble you here. Han Dong said seriously, I will not slack off when it comes to my duty. Lu Yi then looked at the others. Follow me back to the island. This time he had not only come to settle down the Yu Yao warship, but also to bring some people back to the Three-Realm Island. Other than Tang Jun, the chief of external affairs, all the mermaid clan cultivators, and a group of Yu Yao also came along. Very few constellations had returned. Some of the constellations who had returned with him to the Jade Conch realm were now cultivating in seclusion. Most of them stayed in the 9 states to explore the Azura battlefield and train themselves. In total, there were less than 500 people who had returned. Lu Yi and Yen Miao channeled their magic power together, enveloping everyone and flying towards the Wanxiang Sea. Luan Xiaoa did not return. She had left the Jade Conch realm for many years. Now that she had finally returned, she naturally wanted to visit her homeland. She could be considered to have returned in glory. After a while, she would return on her own. A day later, everyone returned to the Three-Realm Island. Sensing the commotion, the cultivators who had stayed behind to guard the island came out to welcome them, led by Hua Xiai. These cultivators were all from the Jade Conch realms, 3 major realms. They had wanted to return with Lu Yi to kill the enemy, but someone had to stay behind to guard the Three-Realm Island these days. They had been on tenterhooks and uneasy, not knowing what the fate of their galaxy was. Now that only a few people had returned out of more than 2,000 people, their expressions changed drastically. Hua Xi's expression was solemn, and her red lips were pursed. Seeing their expressions, Lu Yi knew that they had misunderstood. He smiled slightly and said, Don't worry, our galaxy has won a complete victory in this battle. Zixian's 10 demon lords and 10,000 demon cultivators have all been killed. Many cultivators of the 3 realms were stunned at first, and then they were greatly shocked. They began to ask about the course of the battle. Cultivators familiar with each other quickly gathered in groups of 3 to 5. The full picture of the previous battle was gradually presented to the cultivators who had stayed behind. After learning that Lu Yi had invited many small humans and Ri Zhao of the Soul Clan, they could not hide their surprise. They did not know that Lu Ye's connections were so good that he could invite so many helpers at once. They lamented in their hearts that the demon lords of Zixuan had died unjustly. Even they did not know that the Jade Conch realm could bring out such a powerful lineup. Zixuan must have thought that the Jade Conch realm had sent out 10 demon lords. Who knew that they had kicked an iron plate? On the other side, Yi was snuggling in Hua Xi's arms. Yi had originally planned to return to the Soul Clan's ancestral land. Of course, she did not want to be separated from Lu Yi. However, in the previous battle, she could finally help Lu Yi a little with the soul possession technique. She immediately wanted to return to the ancestral land to continue improving her cultivation. A short separation was only for a longer reunion. Yi understood this principle. Lu Yi only asked her, Do you miss big sister Hua Xiai? Yi gave up the idea of returning to the Soul Clan's ancestral land and followed him to the Wanxiang Sea. She had a very good relationship with Hua Xiai. After not seeing her for so many years, she naturally missed her. Now that Yi was pestering Hua Xiai, Lu Yi felt extremely safe. He could feel that this woman still remembered what had happened before and wanted to cause trouble for him all the time. Did anything happen recently? Lu Yi asked. Hua Xiai rubbed Yi's little head and looked at him with a smile. Nothing much. Many people are trying to find out why you left and where you went. Now, The three-world island reigned supreme in the Wanxiang Sea. The previous movements of the three-world island naturally could not be hidden from the investigation of people who wanted to know. However, as long as the news was not leaked, others would not be able to find out anything. Lu Yi nodded slightly and asked with concern, "No one wants to harm you, right?" Little Melon had swallowed the treasure, scepter money. After various unexplainable changes, it was now a living starry sky absolute treasure. Its true master was Hua Xiai. This was no secret. It was possible that no one wanted to take advantage of the three-world island's weakness to do something to Hua Xiai. "I've been hiding." Hua Xiai smiled. "And Little Melon has been hiding in the Wanxiang Sea. However, if a Rizhao dares to approach the three-world island, it will lock onto him with its divine sense." "That's good." Lu Yi relaxed. Being locked onto by a starry sky absolute treasure's divine sense was not a small matter for any Rizhao. Therefore, after experiencing such a situation a few times, no Rizhao dared to approach the three-world island. "Oh, right. Jian sent a message asking you to go to the Wanxiang Island to find her when you return. It seems that she has something to discuss with you." As Hua Xiai spoke, she took out a stack of things and handed them over. "These are for you too." "What are these?" Lu Yi took them in shock. "Greeting Tieba," Hua Xiai explained casually. "They are from all the top spiritual islands." Lu Yi checked and found that they were greeting cards. There were quite a number of them. If he really counted, all the top spiritual islands in the Wanxiang Sea had sent greeting cards. Previously, he had changed the rules of the Wanxiang Sea. The top spiritual islands could allow Rizhao to enter. Now, all the top spiritual islands should have made arrangements. Since Rizhao from all the top spiritual islands had come to the Wanxiang Sea, they naturally had to pay a visit to the owner of the island. These greeting cards were a form of etiquette. It was also the prestige of the previous battle. If not for the previous battle, who would look up to the three-world island? Lu Yi knew that these greeting cards originated from Little Melon. The three-world island alone was not qualified enough for the top spiritual islands to treat it with such care. Lu Yi did not have much of a relationship with the top spiritual islands. Other than the five-color island, he naturally could not be bothered with these greeting cards. He casually threw them aside. "You guys chat. I'll go and see Senior Mabin first," Lu Yi said and walked towards the Spirit Jade Mine. End of chapter. Chapter 2034. While Lu Yi was away, Hua Xiai had been managing the three-world island. However, she was inexperienced and had limited energy, causing her to be overwhelmed most of the time. Now that old Tang had returned, he would take over the management of the three-world island. Hua Xiai was able to enjoy some peace as she chatted happily with Yi. Soon, her expression turned bitter as she was about to cry. In the Spirit Jade Mine, Lu Yi visited Ma Bin. Ma Bin had yet to recover from his injuries and was still recuperating. Hence, they only had a brief chat. After leaving the mystical jade vein, Lu Yi headed straight for the Island of Versatility. Half a day later, he arrived at the Island of Versatility. Lu Yi exclaimed after scanning the place with his divine sense. It was the Island of Versatility after all. Even after such a huge incident, the place was still as lively as before, with countless cultivators coming and going. The Island of Versatility in particular was the busiest place. However, when he recalled that he would receive half of the profits from the Island of Versatility in the future, his mood immediately improved. The more prosperous the place was, the greater the profits of the three-world island would be. Jiu Yen had done well. The fact that the Island of Versatility had been restored to its original state in such a short time made Lu Yi even more certain that he had made the right decision. If the Island of Versatility had not been handed over to Jian, a local cultivator, it would have been impossible for it to recover so quickly. A divine sense extended from a certain direction of the Island of Versatility. Lu Yi immediately realized that Jiu Yen had sensed his arrival and was guiding him there. His figure flickered as he flew in that direction. A short while later, Lu Yi saw Jiu Yan's familiar figure again in the mystical jade vein of the island of versatility. "Senior sister," Lu Yi greeted. "No need to be so courteous." Jiu Yan stared at Lu Yi with her blurred face. She was slightly surprised after a brief glance, as she discovered that Lu Yi's aura had changed slightly. It wasn't that Lu Yi had become much stronger, but rather it was a kind of confidence in his own strength. She couldn't help but wonder what had happened to Lu Yi recently. "Sit," Jiu Yan said. There was a futon not far from her. Lu Yi did not hesitate and sat down with his legs crossed. He glanced around and murmured, as expected of the island of versatility, "This mystical jade vein is much bigger than the three-world island." The larger the spirit jade mine was, the more spirit jade it produced. Sunshine like Jiu Yan would benefit from cultivating in it more. In the past, only the 5 Rizhao guardians were qualified to enter this place. Now only Jiu Yan could enter. Legend has it that the island of versatility is the first spiritual island in the sea of versatility. Naturally, it has some extraordinary features. "If you regret it, I can return the island of versatility," Jiu Yan said slowly. Lu Yi smiled. "Senior sister, what are you talking about? Since we have an agreement, of course we have to follow it. Moreover, the three-world island has more than one top-grade spiritual island. Why would we need so many?" Jiu Yan was speechless. To any realm, a top-grade spiritual island was an extremely important resource. Who would complain about having more? But Three-World Island didn't like it. Jiu Yan did not want to talk to him about this. So she changed the topic. "I heard that you are attacking a certain galaxy this time." There was indeed such a rumor on the Sea of Versatility. Jiu Yan was not making it up. After all, many people had seen the Three-World Island deploy their troops and warships that day. "That's just a rumor." Lu Yi denied it immediately. "We just went back to protect our home." "How is that attacking others? The cultivators of the Three-World Island are all peaceful people. We have always been kind and humble. We never cause trouble." Jiu Yan's eyelids twitched. She ignored his boasting and asked in confusion, "Protect your home? You mean to say that the worm path you used was connected to your home, and then you ran into trouble there?" "Yes." Lu Yi did not hide it. "The galaxy we came from is called the Jade Snail Galaxy. Previously, Zixian and the other demon lords led tens of thousands of troops to invade our galaxy. So we went back and fought with them." Jiu Yan was stunned. "How is this related to Zixian? It's all because of He Yun and Yuan Du." Lu Yi looked angry. Back then, Yuan Du captured a few of the Three-World Islands constellations and used a soul-searching technique to find the location of our galaxy. He lured He Yun to seek revenge. As a result, He Yun suffered a great loss in our galaxy. He felt indignant and asked Zixian's army to invade. When I heard the news, I quickly led people back to help." Jiu Yan was stunned for a while before she came back to her senses. What happened? Even with her sunny temperament, she could not help but be intrigued. She wanted to know the result of the battle. However, since Lu Yi could return safely, it must be because Zixian was defeated. Zixian was killed from the sunny to the constellations. They were all killed, Lu Yi said casually. Jiu Yan's heart trembled. She stared at Lu Yi and did not know whether to believe him or not. With the strength of the Three-World Islands' reinforcements, there was no way they could fight back against Zixian's army. Jiu Yan thought that the Three-World Island was lucky to be able to defeat Zixian. Who would have thought that Lu Yi would say that Zixian's army was killed? 10,000 monster cultivators were nothing, but the key was that there were 10 monster venerables. As far as I know, the starry sky treasure of the Three-World Island has always been on the Wanxiang Sea, Jiu Yan said slowly. What she meant was that without the help of the starry sky treasure, How could the Jade Conch galaxy destroy an army like Zixian's? Little Melon is indeed on the Wanxiang Sea, but my Jade Conch galaxy is not a pushover. Lu Yi smiled, looking enigmatic. Zhu Yan looked at him, not knowing whether he was telling the truth or not. If he was telling the truth, it would be too exaggerated and not in line with the truth. However, if he was lying, Lu Yi had no reason to lie to her. It was meaningless. Besides, Zixian had suffered a great loss. She should be able to find out after asking around. It seems that your Jade Conch galaxy's waters run deep. Zhou Yan pointed out. Lu Yi smiled and changed the subject. By the way, why did Senior Sister summon me? Winged Sky Island. Zhu Yan said, someone from the Winged Sky planet contacted me. They want to pay a price to redeem the Winged Sky Island. Any top-grade spiritual island was a strategic resource for the top-grade domain that occupied it. It could not be lost easily. The battle on the Wanxiang Sea had nothing to do with the Winged Sky Island. However, Shen Yun thought that he had the Heavenly Luo umbrella and did not take the three-world island seriously. He wanted to take advantage of the situation, but Little Melon broke the Heavenly Luo umbrella and killed him on the spot. This directly led to the loss of the Winged Sky Island. The Winged Sky planet naturally wanted to redeem it from the three-world island. There was a precedent for this. Back then, the three-world island captured Zixian, and Zixian paid a price to redeem the island. Obviously, they had found Zhu Yan because they knew that Zhu Yan had a special relationship with the three-world island. Otherwise, they would not have let Zhu Yan manage the Wanxiang Island. Oh, Lu, you raised his eyebrows. What price can they pay? Zhu Yan said, they are willing to pay whatever Zixian paid back then. I'm afraid they're dreaming. Lu Yi sneered. Back then, they were willing to let Zixian redeem the island because Lu Yi wanted to kill Lionheart. This was one of the conditions of the deal. Secondly, the three-world island did not have the confidence to offend a top-grade domain. Moreover, 10 billion spiritual jades was a huge fortune for the three-world island. However, that was then, and this is now. What was 10 billion spiritual jades? If the Winged Sky planet wanted to redeem a top-grade spiritual island with such a small price, of course Lu Yi would not agree. Moreover, Shen Yun had died at Lu Ye's hands, and the Heavenly Luo umbrella had been broken. This enmity had been formed. Even if they had to pay a huge price to redeem the Winged Sky Island, they would be helping the enemy. It was impossible that the previous enmity would disappear just because Lu Yi asked them to redeem the Winged Sky Island. Senior Sister, how is your relationship with the Winged Sky planet? Lu Yi asked again. Zhu Yan said indifferently, someone found me and asked me to pass on a message. Nothing else. Then I know what to do. Lu Yi nodded. If Zhu Yan interceded, he would be in a difficult position. She was just passing on a message. Of course, he did not care too much. Putting this matter aside, Lu Yi said again, Senior Sister, I have the intention to build a teleportation formation between the 4 top-grade spiritual islands, the Three-World Island, the 10,000 Island, the Purple Jade Island, and the Winged Sky Island. What do you think? The 10,000 Island sea was huge. Now that he was in the Sunshine Realm, it was easy for him to travel between the various spiritual islands. However, he did not forget the difficulty of traveling in the 10,000 Island sea when he was in the Constellation Realm. Often, it would take 10 to 20 days or even longer to travel from one spiritual island to another. However, if there was a teleportation formation, it would be much more convenient. The 4 top-grade spiritual islands were now considered the Three-World Islands property. With a teleportation formation connecting them, it would not only be convenient to travel between them in the future, but if any spiritual island was in trouble, the other 3 islands would also be able to provide assistance. It was not that there were no teleportation formations in the 10,000 Island Sea, but they were basically only connected between spiritual islands that were close to each other. It was not universal. This was because there were advantages and disadvantages to a teleportation formation. If it was used by someone with bad intentions, it could be used directly. Therefore, if the relationship was not close enough, it would not be allowed to build a teleportation formation. You can make the decision. I have no objections. Jiu Yen replied. In name, she was now the owner of the 10,000 island. However, she knew the actual situation very well. Lu Yi had asked her to manage the 10,000 island mainly because of her identity as the 10,000 island sunshine. Moreover, she could not refuse the benefits of managing the 10,000 island. Therefore, both parties were considered to be partners. Now that Lu Yi wanted to build a teleportation formation, how could she have any objections? Thank you, senior sister. Lu Yi thanked her. I will arrange this when I return. After chatting with Jiu Yen for a while, Lu Yi bid farewell and left. When he returned to the three-world island, Lu Yi found Old Tang and told him about the matter of building a teleportation formation. Old Tang's face immediately turned bitter. I should have stayed in Jade Conch to retire. Building a teleportation formation was not an easy task. Capable people do more work. Lu Yi comforted him and said, Oh right, find some people and spread the news of the battle between Jade Conch and Zixian. Be careful, don't be too deliberate. Chapter 2035. In the battle with Zixian, Lu Ye's original plan was to leave a demon venerable alive. However, he failed to do so. As a result, no one would publicize the result of the battle. Now that he thought about it, even if he did leave a demon venerable alive, the other party would not expose their shortcomings and help Jade Conch spread the news. Therefore, he had to do it himself. As soon as he said this, Old Tang immediately understood and nodded. That's easy. After I came back, many people have already sent messages to me, inquiring about what we were doing before. I'll just release a little bit of information later. It was foreseeable that this news would cause quite a stir. When the time came, there would definitely be many factions looking for confirmation. Zixian's loss could not be covered up. If someone paid attention to Zixian's situation, they would know that the news released by Three World Island was true. With this battle as a deterrent, no one would dare to have any ideas about the Jade Conch. Also, Lu Yi remembered something. Of the 4 top-tier spiritual islands we have, Jian is in charge of the all-encompassing island. Mount Fengsuan has reserved Purple Jade Island for the little humans. What do you think we should do with Winged Sky Island? The minuscule mountain was already preparing. Soon, Rizhao would lead his people to settle in. Lu Yi did not know which Rizhao would come. It was a matter for the minuscule mountain to discuss among themselves. Lao Tang thought for a while and said, Divide the forces? Now that fellow Taoist Luan is Rizhao, we can give some people to her to take to Winged Island. That's a good idea. Lu Yi also had the same idea. This was the only way. After all, they couldn't abandon such a big spiritual island. Although splitting up their forces would weaken the overall strength of the three-world island, the 10,000 Elephant Sea was no longer a threat. Moreover, as long as the teleportation formation was completed in the future, they would be able to support each other at any time. However, Senior Sister Luan is still in Jade Conch. I don't know when she will return. You should send some people to Winged Sky Island first. When she returns, inform her about this matter. I will go find Senior Sister Yan Miao and ask her to help look after Winged Sky Island for a while. Lao Tang nodded. Okay. Lu Yi went to find Yan Miao and told her about it. Yan Miao naturally agreed. Less than half a day later, hundreds of cultivators from the three-world island flew toward the Winged Sky Island under the leadership of Yan Miao. The main purpose of dividing the forces was not to occupy the top-grade spirit islands. This was just a matter of convenience. The biggest benefit was that after the manpower was divided, the cultivation efficiency of the cultivators on both the Three-Realm Island and the Winged Sky Island would be improved to a certain extent. Old Tang was busy. Most of the three-world islands' cultivators were running around under his command. The news that the three-world island wanted to build a teleportation formation between the four top-grade spiritual islands gradually spread. News of the battle between the Jade, Conch Galaxy, and Zixian also spread. Just as Lu Yi had expected, when the news spread, almost no one believed it. But the truth couldn't be false, and a lie couldn't be true. Sure enough, the top forces began to seek confirmation from all sides, and some even began to send people to the Zixuan Demon Star to gather information. This was because the only channel that could confirm this information was Zixian. However, it would take some time to get a definite answer. Under the 10,000 Elephant Sea, Lu Yi was immersed in the seawater. He activated the power of his talent tree and crazily devoured the seawater of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. That day he had devoured 3 great suns and many yu yao, which had allowed him to attain the peak of his source and advance to the Sunshine Realm. Immediately after that, he participated in the battle without stopping and led his troops back to the 9 states. It could be said that after advancing to the Sunshine Realm, he hadn't had the time to stabilize his realm, let alone cultivate properly. The main purpose of his trip back to the 10,000 Elephant Sea was to stabilize his realm. Otherwise, if he went out and couldn't conceal his Sunshine Realm aura, anyone who saw him would know that he had just advanced. As soon as he started cultivating, Lu Yi immediately sensed that something was different from before. His efficiency had increased, and the change was extraordinarily huge. Lu Yi had experienced this change before. Every time the quality of his source increased, his cultivation efficiency would increase as well. However, he had never experienced such a huge improvement before. When a cultivator reached Yu Yao's level, their spiritual energy would be refined by their source and transformed into transcendence energy. In comparison, transcendence energy was the sublimation of spiritual energy. It was undoubtedly more destructive and lethal. Back when Lu Yi was in the late star constellation realm, he could kill star constellations as easily as chopping vegetables. However, even against Yu Yao, who had just advanced, it was still extremely difficult. This was because the nature of their power was different. When a cultivator above Yu Yao cultivated, the power they obtained from the outside world was not transcendence energy. Whether it was absorbing spirit jades and spirit crystals, refining the spiritual energy of the starry skies, or through other methods, they still obtained spiritual energy. This spiritual energy would only be transformed into transcendence energy after being refined by their source. Therefore, the quality of their source would affect the efficiency of a cultivator's cultivation. This was because their source played a crucial role in the entire cultivation process. It was the source of the transformation of spiritual energy into transcendence energy. Lu Yi had always cultivated under the 10,000 Elephant Sea. The power of his talent tree had hardly changed over the years. In other words, the speed at which he absorbed and refined spiritual energy from the 10,000 Elephant Sea was about the same as before. This did not change with the increase in his cultivation realm. However, the speed at which his spiritual energy was transformed into transcendence energy had undergone an earth-shattering change. If he could obtain 1 portion of transcendence energy in a day's cultivation in the past, then he could obtain 5, 8, or even more now. This was undoubtedly a huge benefit brought about by the completion of his source. Even Lu Yi was shocked by this terrifying cultivation efficiency. However, this was undoubtedly a good thing for him. Because of this, his cultivation speed in the Sunshine Realm would become very fast. Others would need to accumulate tens or hundreds of years of foundation, but he could achieve it in a very short time. He sighed inwardly. The 10,000 Elephant Sea was truly his blessed land. If he had not accidentally come to the 10,000 Elephant Sea, he would not have known where to find such a suitable place for his cultivation. After checking the fuel reserves of his talent tree, Lu Yi found that there was still a lot of it. He immediately allowed the talent tree's power to be stimulated and began to condense his blood. The 9 drops of blood had all exploded before, so he did not have the time to condense them. Moreover, the blood was related to the removal of the black fruit from the talent tree, so he naturally had to do it quickly. Soon, Lu Yi discovered something that surprised him. After his cultivation had increased, the speed at which he condensed his blood had also increased. Time slowly passed. There was no trace of Lu Yi in the three-world island. Before he started cultivating, he had already greeted a few people, so no one came to find him. 2 months later, under the 10,000 elephant sea, Lu Yi slowly opened his eyes. In these 2 months, his cultivation had completely stabilized. Moreover, there was still some precipitation. At this time, Lu Yi did not need to use his transcendence energy or release any aura. There were 9 drops of blood in his body, which were all condensed recently. Moreover, he had used the previous method to let these 9 drops of blood carry a part of the black fruit. Under his inspection, the black fruit on the innate skill tree had clearly become smaller. This result made Lu Yi very satisfied. Just as he had thought before, as long as he could condense enough precious blood, there would be a day when he could completely remove this black fruit. This was an advantage he had that the previous generation of the Tao tree successor did not have. He had obtained the blood after refining the blood ancestors' sacred blood. Chao Nian did not have it. There were 2 choices in front of Lu Yi. One was to ignore it for the time being. When he faced an enemy in the future, he would condense a blood clone and self-detonate it. This way, he would have one more method to deal with the enemy. Self-detonation at the level of sunshine, even if it was just a blood clone, could not be underestimated. Previously, when the 9 blood clones self-detonated at the same time, the reason why they did not have the desired effect was mainly because there was an accident that was not under his control. The other choice was to condense a blood clone now. By abandoning the clone, he would also abandon the burden inside. In this way, he could use this method to remove the black fruit as soon as possible and avoid some hidden dangers. Lu Yi thought for a moment and chose to put it aside for the time being. Although the speed of condensing the blood was much faster than before, it still took time and energy. Of course, it was the best choice to save it to deal with the enemy. Now that his method was effective, the black fruit would disappear sooner or later. He just needed to wait a little longer. At present, the black fruit was much smaller than before, so it would not affect his temperament too much. However, before that, Lu Yi still had one more thing to verify. After a short while, he left the Wanxiang Sea, chose a direction, and flew towards the depths of the starry sky. After a full day of flying, Lu Yi finally arrived at a desolate planet. Dust and sand danced in the air, and scorched earth was everywhere. There was no sign of life, and even a large part of the desolate planet itself had been damaged. It was unknown who had caused this damage in the vicinity. After randomly choosing a place to land, Lu Yi flicked his finger, and a drop of blood flew out. While still in mid-air, it twisted and transformed into a blood clone. As usual, this blood clone had an extremely close connection with Lu Ye's main body. It gave Lu Yi the feeling that it was a part of his body and could be controlled at will. Lu Yi waited quietly. After the previous incident, he knew that this peace was only temporary. Sure enough, after a while, Lu Yi felt that the connection between him and the precious blood avatar had weakened a little. There was also an abnormal aura emanating from the precious blood avatar, which made the surface of the precious blood avatar look like a twisted black. Gradually, the blood clone's expression became ferocious. The connection between Lu Yi and it became weaker and weaker. The twisted black on the surface of its body became so thick that it was solid, and it was still growing stronger. Lu Yi vaguely felt that something was awakening in the clone's body. This made his heart tremble. Could it be that his previous guess was right? If this kind of blood clone was left alone, could the consciousness of the cultivators he had devoured really recover in the clone? End of chapter. Chapter 2036. If such a situation really happened, it would be too terrifying. This was equivalent to the resurrection of the dead, but with a new body. But thinking about it carefully, Lu Yi felt that it was unlikely. The root of the black fruit was the 7 emotions and 6 desires of the cultivators it had devoured. The emotions and desires of so many cultivators were mixed together, and they had long been indistinguishable from each other. Even if there was a possibility that the avatar could be revived, it wouldn't revive the consciousness of a cultivator. It was more likely that it would revive a chaotic mass of consciousness. Of course, this was only Lu Ye's own guess. Whether or not this was the case remained to be seen. This was also the reason why Lu Yi ran out to test this matter. He wanted to know what would happen if he left the avatar alone. As time passed, the connection between the main body and the avatar became weaker and weaker, and the avatar's changes also became greater and greater. It stood there like a gathering of many evils in the world, giving off an ominous feeling just by looking at it. Moreover, there was an unknown sound coming from its throat, and when it looked at Lu Yi, its eyes flashed with hostility and killing intent from time to time. At this time, even if Lu Yi wanted to control the avatar, it wouldn't have much effect. He tried to pass on orders, but the avatar simply ignored him. After a while, the connection between the doppelganger and the main body was completely severed. At this moment, the doppelganger suddenly roared like a beast, and then its whole body turned into a black light, rushing straight at Lu Yi like an ancient fierce beast. Even if he had some guesses, when this scene really happened, Lu Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The avatar actually attacked the main body. If this matter were to spread out, it would simply be a joke. He could clearly feel the evil thoughts and killing intent in the avatar's body. As if he was an irreconcilable enemy, Lu Yi could understand in his heart, because the will that controlled the avatar at this moment was the root of the many cultivators who had died at his hands. It was reasonable for it to have such evil thoughts towards an enemy like him. The two figures quickly collided and magic power buzzed and blood surged. It had to be said that the avatar was really mysterious. Except for the fact that it couldn't stimulate the power of the talent tree on its own, it could basically display all of Lu Ye's strength for a short time. After this exchange, Lu Yi felt as if he had encountered a real sunshine. Unfortunately, the doppelganger's attacks were not organized. After all, it did not have a real consciousness. All of its attacks were like a wild beast going crazy, rushing around brainlessly to kill the living thing in front of it. Therefore, even if the precious blood clone could exert the strength of Rizhao, Lu Yi could deal with it easily. He didn't even need to draw his sword. After such a fierce confrontation, Lu Yi clearly felt that the strength of the precious blood avatar was declining. This was the only drawback of the precious blood avatar. The strength it could display was not long enough. This was because its foundation came from Lu Ye's original body. Without Lu Yi, it was like a tree without roots. Relying solely on the power stored in the precious blood, the more time passed, the weaker it would become. If it didn't withdraw it in time, it would eventually dissipate. In this regard, the precious blood avatar was far inferior to the talent tree avatar. The talent tree avatar could activate the spirit inscriptions on the talent tree. The key was that the talent tree avatar could last longer and could also recover by devouring spirit jades. At present, there was no way to withdraw the precious blood avatar, and what should be verified had been verified. Lu Yi immediately thought of something and unsheathed his Panshan saber. When the long saber slashed down, the divine edge spirit inscriptions supported it. Under this slash, the precious blood avatar was almost cut in half, but it still did not retreat. It looked as if it would drag Lu Yi down with it, even if it had to die. Lu Yi made another slash and completely killed it. The doppelganger exploded, and blood spilled everywhere. A huge hole was corroded in the ground, and a black aura filled the air. Lu Ye's expression was subtle. I fought with my own doppelganger, and then I won. This is quite funny. Just as he was about to withdraw his saber, his heart tightened, and an inexplicable warning came. In the next moment, A surge of terrifying soul power swept over and enveloped him in an instant. Lu Yi couldn't help but sway. His mind was shaken at this moment, and he even felt a little dizzy. He was ambushed. He immediately realized that the one who ambushed him was not an ordinary sunshine cultivator, because the one who could crush him in terms of soul power was at least in the late stage of the sunshine realm, or even higher. In the dark, he seemed to see a huge circle of light coming toward him, making him feel that there was no way to avoid it. The circle of light was not a physical object, nor was it seen by the eyes. It was a perception of the mind. Soul subduing secret art? Lu Ye's heart trembled, and his expression suddenly became ferocious. Who was the one who ambushed him? He actually used the soul-subduing secret art to suppress his divine soul. Obviously, this person knew his background and knew that he had not been in the sunshine realm for long. In the face of this level of soul-subduing secret art, he basically had no power to resist. Therefore, the first thing he did was to kill him. Even if Lu Ye's divine soul was stronger and more tenacious than other cultivators of the same level, there was still a limit. In the face of this level of soul-subduing secret art, he did not have much power to resist. In his mind, the circle of light quickly fell, and his divine soul became weaker and weaker. If it was really suppressed, the consequences would be unimaginable. At this moment, a small pagoda quickly rose from the divine sea to meet the falling circle of light. It was the soul-subduing pagoda that Lu Yi had exchanged for in the 9 continents War Merit Pavilion many years ago. This thing was of good quality in the 9 continents, but in the starry sky it was nothing at all. It was just that this thing had always been placed in the divine sea, and Lu Yi did not care about it, treating it as a memento. At this time, it ran out to protect its master. The small pagoda and the circle of light collided silently. The circle of light was still falling, but the small pagoda was like a snowflake under the scorching sun, quickly melting, and did not have any effect at all. Asterisk ding ling ling, asterisk a clear and melodious sound rang out. Within the tumbling divine sea, the sound of a bell rang out. Before Lu Yi set out for the illusory blood demon pupil, Su Yuqing had given him a red talisman and a bell. This bell was called the soul-setting bell, and it was also a kind of soul artifact that had the effect of protecting the divine soul. The things that Su Yuqing gave him were undoubtedly of much higher quality than the soul-subduing pagoda. Lu Ye's originally drowsy divine soul was stimulated by the bell and suddenly regained a trace of clarity. The speed of the circle of light suppression seemed to have slowed down, but the sound of the bell became more urgent. Kacha! A crisp sound came out as a crack appeared on the spirit-setting bell. Lu Ye's heart was overwhelmed with shock. He immediately knew that his judgment was wrong. The enemy that ambushed him was much stronger than he thought. If not, a spirit treasure like the spirit-setting bell would not be unable to withstand the enemy's subduing spirit technique. Boundless anger surged in his heart. 2 soul artifacts in the divine sea. One was destroyed and the other was broken, but he did not even know who attacked him. Borrowing that moment of clarity, he madly urged his soul power and poured it into the rainbow god lotus in the divine sea. In the next moment, there seemed to be a 7-colored glow blooming, illuminating the surroundings. The circle of light melted, his drowsy consciousness finally recovered, and he had a splitting headache. A surprised voice came from behind, obviously not expecting Lu Yi to be able to break free from the suppression of his soul-subduing secret technique. It was a coincidence that he could find Lu Yi here. Originally, he planned to go to the 10,000 Elephant Sea to find Jiuyan, but halfway there he heard fight here, and it was between 2 Rizhao. Out of curiosity, he hid himself and came to investigate, only to see Lu Yi. In fact, he had met Lu Yi once a few years ago, but at that time Lu Yi was only Yu Yao and with another Rizhao, so he did not pay much attention. After returning to the galaxy, he saw images of Lu Yi from several other Rizhao in the galaxy. Naturally, he recognized her at a glance. She was the same Yu Yao he met years ago, the culprit behind the upheaval in the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Of course, he did not want to miss such a heaven-sent opportunity. Taking advantage of Lu Ye's unpreparedness, he suddenly launched a sneak attack, and to ensure that he would not fail, he immediately used the soul-subduing secret technique. As long as he could capture Lu Yi, the galaxy could regain control of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. He could even use Lu Yi as a bargaining chip to make the star artifact his own. Driven by such a huge profit, even a peak Rizhao like him could not hold back. His cultivation realm was much higher than Lu Ye's, and he used the soul-subduing secret technique to launch a sneak attack. Logically speaking, Lu Yi should not have been able to resist. But in fact, his soul-subduing secret technique did not have the desired effect. Not only did his plan fail, but his own divine soul was also shaken. This kid is strange. At this moment, Lu Ye's eyes were bloodshot, and his head hurt so much that it felt like it was going to split open. This was the result of the collision between their divine souls. He endured the discomfort, and as soon as he recovered, he sensed a powerful and profound aura behind him, reaching out to grab him. He hurriedly turned around and slashed out fiercely with his blade. This slash felt like it had hit a metal wall. His opponent was caught off guard by the backlash of the soul-subduing secret technique, but it did not have much effect. It only left a small cut on his opponent's arm. For the Pan Shan blade, which had always been known for its sharpness, this was unbelievable. Peak Rizhao. Lu Yi immediately came to a conclusion. He looked up and saw that his attacker was a hale and hearty old man with snow-white hair. He vaguely felt that this old man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before, but he did not have time to think. The old man was indeed at the peak of Rizhao. His physique was unbelievably strong. "You're courting death." The old man had only been hit by the backlash of the soul-subduing secret technique for a moment, so he had recovered. He shouted, and his spiritual power, which was much purer than Lu Ye's, swept out. Lu Yi was sent flying like a paper kite, and he spat out a mouthful of blood in midair. He hurriedly turned around, madly channeled his spiritual power, and used the blood escape technique to escape towards the Wanxiang Sea. He was no match for the old man. Only by escaping back to the Wanxiang Sea could he survive. "You want to run?" Wishful thinking. The old man coldly snorted. This time he had already made a move against Lu Yi, so he could only go all the way. Trying to escape from his hands was simply a fantasy. As soon as he finished speaking, he chased after Lu Yi, determined to kill him. End of chapter. Chapter 2037. The old man was at the peak of the Sunshine Realm, so his speed was extremely fast. However, he didn't expect that just as he moved, the blood mist that Lu Yi spat out just now suddenly twisted and transformed into 3 figures. Lu Yi had used his injuries to conceal himself and mixed the 3 drops of precious blood into the mist. With such a method of concealment, no one would be able to find any clues. The elder was shocked. He observed the 3 figures and found that they all had the aura of sunshine. He was shocked. This technique was similar to the blood shadow technique that he knew. However, the usual blood shadow technique was not as mysterious as this. Moreover, the shadows produced by the blood shadow technique were more illusory. However, the 3 figures in front of him were real. They were more like the precious blood clones that only the blood saints of the blood race had. However, as far as he knew, most of them only had 1 or 2 precious blood clones. He had never heard of a saint who could condense 3 precious blood clones. There was no time to think, because he had already broken into the 3 figures and was surrounded by them. If it were an ordinary sunshine, he would have been caught off guard and would have panicked. However, the old man's cultivation was profound, so he didn't panic at all. However, in the next moment, his expression changed, because the 3 figures were emitting extremely violent auras at the same time. Self-detonation. The old man was shocked. He had the ability to look down on 3 ordinary sunshine cultivators, But if such a sunshine cultivator self-detonated at close range, even he couldn't ignore it. He hurriedly took out a magic treasure to protect himself. Boom! A loud sound rang out, and the entire desolate planet shook. The originally incomplete, desolate planet shattered under the huge impact, and pieces of floating continents flew in all directions. At the center of the violent energy, the old man rushed out with an ashen face. Although he wasn't injured, he was in a sorry state. The protective magic treasure on his body was extremely dim. Obviously, it had been damaged. He had to admit that the self-detonation of the 3 precious blood clones had indeed caught him off guard. The main reason was that he had never encountered such a method before. However, the more it was like this, the more determined he was to capture Lu Yi. He had just advanced and already had such means. If he was allowed to grow, how powerful would he be in the future? Since they had already become enemies, he could only follow this path to the end. Now that the legendary starry sky treasure wasn't with Lu Yi, there wouldn't be a next time if he missed this opportunity. Looking at Lu Ye's fleeing figure from afar, the old man's eyes turned cold. However, before he could go far, a figure suddenly appeared from a nearby meteorite and rushed straight at him. The old man turned his head to look, and he couldn't help but be stunned because the figure that was pouncing towards him was actually another clone of Lu Yi. Before he even got close, an extremely violent aura surged out of the clone's body. Again, the elder's expression became serious. He knew that this precious blood clone would rush over and self-destruct. How could he let the other party do as he wished? He immediately used his methods to attack from a distance. Before the precious blood clone could get close, he blew it up. Although his method was clean and efficient, it still delayed him for a few breaths of time. After dealing with the clone, the old man continued his pursuit. After a while, another bloody figure with a violent aura approached from the front. How could there be more? This time, the old man really couldn't understand. This kind of doppelganger technique must be extremely mysterious. Moreover, one had to pay a huge price to use it. How could Lu Yi, a newly promoted Rizhao, use it again and again? In such a short time, he had already encountered 5 of them. Of course, he knew that Lu Yi was using this method to delay him, but he couldn't ignore it because this bloody figure had come with the intention of self-destructing. If he ignored it, the trouble would only be greater, so he could only kill it with a thunderous method. But every time this happened, Lu Yi would take the opportunity to escape. After the 5th, there was a 6th, then a 7th, and an 8th after chasing Lu Yi all the way until he destroyed 8 of his clones. The old man was sure that Lu Yi had run out of tricks because no more bloody figures suddenly ran out to entangle him. He was secretly shocked. This kind of method was simply incredible. To think that with his powerful cultivation, chasing a newly promoted Rizhao for so long without success really made him feel a little embarrassed. As the distance between them continued to shrink, he urged his magic power and slowly said, "Boy, if you surrender obediently, this old man will not make things difficult for you, nor will I take your life." Killing a newly promoted Rizhao was not difficult for him, but compared to killing Lu Yi, it was obviously more valuable to capture him alive. After all, this was related to the ownership of a starry sky supreme treasure. Lu Yi turned a deaf ear. The 10,000 elephant sea was not far away. As long as he could escape into the 10,000 elephant sea, he could get rid of the old man. He secretly rejoiced that he didn't run too far this time, otherwise he would really be in trouble. It was a pity that the precious blood doppelganger had been used up. When he was doing the experiment, he killed one, but was chased by the old man and lost 8. Thanks to the precious blood doppelganger, he really couldn't be entangled with the old man like this. However, he still had a red talisman that could be used to escape, which had been nourished in his body. As long as he urged the power of the red talisman, he could immediately get rid of the old man. However, This was risky because once the power of the red talisman was urged, Lu Yi would be randomly teleported to a certain location within the range of the red talisman's power. It could be very close or it could be very far, and it could not be controlled by human strength. If he appeared on the 10,000 Elephant Sea, it would be fine, but if he appeared somewhere else, it might be more dangerous. He didn't know the origin of the old man, but from the fact that the old man appeared on that desolate planet, Lu Yi could conclude one thing. This old man was a cultivator from the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy. The old man must have met him by chance this time, and saw that there was an opportunity to take advantage of, so he suddenly attacked. Since the old man was a cultivator from the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy, and he had never seen him before, then the old man's identity was obvious. Ma Bin had mentioned a person to him before and told him to be careful, because this person was the strongest person in the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy. That was why he didn't want to use the red talisman. If he ran to the Yuan world, he would be a turtle in a jar. The aura behind him was constantly approaching. Lu Yi could feel that the old man was constantly urging his soul power to shake his divine soul while he was chasing him. However, after suffering a loss once, Lu Yi had been maintaining the power of the seven-colored god Lotus, with the seven-colored light of the seven-colored god Lotus shrouding his divine sea. The external shock was easily smoothed out, so the old man's move was not very effective. Stubborn. The old man snorted. Seeing that the 10,000 Elephant Sea was approaching, he no longer hesitated. A layer of blood mist suddenly burst out from his body, and his speed greatly increased. It was obvious that he had activated a secret technique similar to the blood escape technique. His speed was much faster than Lu Ye's, so this sudden increase caught Lu Yi a little off guard. After a few breaths, the distance between them had reached an extremely dangerous level. The old man's magic power surged wildly. He raised his hand, and a whip-like magic weapon was summoned. The whip was lashed out and quickly lengthened, as if it was endless. It crossed the barrier of space and coiled toward Lu Yi like a giant python. Lu Yi tried several times, but he couldn't shake it off. Gritting his teeth, he took out the sword gourd and shot a sword light at the long whip across the air. The moment the sword light collided with the long whip, the sword light shattered. The sword light in the sword gourd had cost Lu Yi many magic weapons to nurture. The total value of those magic weapons was about 500 million spirit jades. He had used it 3 times in his battle with Zixian, and its power had been greatly reduced. This time, it could no longer be maintained and shattered. If the sword light had been at its peak, it would have been powerful enough to kill even an expert like the old man. No matter how strong he was only at venerable Azure Days level. However, Lu Yi hadn't replenished his magic weapons before, so the sword light's power wasn't that great. Even so, it gave Lu Yi a chance to escape. The 10,000 Elephant Sea was right in front of him. He leaped into it, and his figure disappeared. The old man behind him was astonished. How is this possible? He hadn't been back in the 10,000 Elephant Galaxy for long, and he had inquired about Lu Yi from Yuan Se and the others. Naturally, he had heard that Lu Yi had entered the 10,000 Elephant Sea under the protection of the Star Treasure. However, he had the Star Treasure's protection at that time, and it wasn't with Lu Yi at all. How did this kid enter the 10,000 Elephant Sea? The old man wasn't naive enough to think that Lu Yi was seeking death. Since he had done so, he must have a way to deal with it. A mistake. If he had known that Lu Yi was so capable, he would have taken him down quickly even if he had to use a forbidden technique. But now, Lu Yi had entered the sea and disappeared. Even if he was much stronger than Lu Yi, he couldn't go deep into the sea to catch him. This was bad. He had thought that this was a godsend opportunity, but instead of eating it, he had gotten himself into trouble. Standing at the edge of the 10,000 Elephant Sea, the old man's expression changed. At this moment, he sensed something and looked toward the depths of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. Rizhao's aura was rapidly approaching. The old man's face was filled with unwillingness, but he had no choice but to turn around and flee. Ri Zhao, who was approaching at this time, was definitely Lu Ye's helper. It was very likely that he had the star treasure with him. Of course, he had to avoid him. In the distance, he turned his head back to take a look. The Soul Beauty 10,000 Elephant Sea was originally his home, but from today onwards, he would not be able to return unless he had the ability to fight against a supreme treasure in the starry sky. Did he regret it? No. Although it was just a spur of the moment, he would still attack Lu Yi even if he could go back in time, because such an opportunity was too rare. Lu Yi was alone outside without the protection of the star treasure, and he was much stronger than Lu Yi. Under such circumstances, who could resist the urge to attack? Just a moment after the old man left, two figures came to the edge of the 10,000 Elephant Sea. It was Luan Xiaoa and Hua Xiai. During the 2 months that Lu Yi had been cultivating in seclusion, Luan Xiaoa had returned to the 10,000 Elephant Sea from Yuluo. In addition to her, there was a group of human tribe cultivators who had now moved to Purple Jade Island and renamed it Heart Island. When he was fleeing, Lu Yi sent a message to Luan Xiaoa, asking her to bring Hua Xiai and Xiao Gua to support him. If he guessed correctly, the true identity of the old man was a master who could confront Ma Bin. On their side, the only one who had the ability to take down such a master was Little Gourd. The old man had almost suppressed him on the spot with a sneak attack, and had even chased him all the way here. Of course, Lu Yi would not give up. End of chapter. Chapter 2038. Since Lu Yi led the cultivators of the 3 dimensions to roam the myriad ocean until now, he'd always carried out the principle of taking revenge for revenge. First, it was Bai Yu, then Zixian, and in the end, he'd even turned the entire myriad ocean upside down. In a place like this, any sign of weakness would only make others more aggressive. Now that the 3 Realms Island controlled the 10,000 Elephant Sea, as a master of the island, he was actually being hunted down. How could he tolerate this? Lu Yi didn't go too deep into the 10,000 Elephant Sea, so he sensed the old man's departure. After a while, he quickly emerged from the sea. Not far away, Luan Xiaoa's aura quickly approached, and Lu Yi hurriedly greeted her. Luan Xiaoa asked nervously what happened. Hua Xiai also looked over with concern. How are you? With the current situation, they really couldn't figure out who would dare to hunt down Lu Yi, so they hurriedly rushed over after receiving the news. However, apart from Hua Xiai, Little Melon was usually only close to Lu Yi, so Luan Xiaoa brought Hua Xiai along. Lu Yi shook his head. It's nothing serious. He grabbed Little Melon from Hua Xi's arms and placed her on his shoulder, then turned and chased after the old man, his voice coming from afar. Go back first. Don't leave the 3 Realms Island before I return. The Wheel of Fortune had turned so quickly. Previously, it was the old man who chased after Lu Yi, but now it was Lu Ye's turn to chase after him. However, there was still a gap between their cultivations, so it was still somewhat difficult for Lu Yi to catch up. But it didn't matter. Lu Yi had basically confirmed the old man's identity. The old man could run, but he couldn't hide. Contrary to Lu Ye's expectations, the old man didn't return to any of the realms in the 10,000 Elephant Star System, but directly fled outside the system. This made Lu Yi somewhat resentful. Did the old man know he had caused trouble, so he ran away directly? If that was the case, he really didn't have a good way to deal with the old man. However, there was still a chance when he was ambushed he had used a backhand slash to injure the old man. The injury wasn't serious, just a simple flesh wound, but it was caused by the Fong blade, so there was still the power of Fong left in the wound. For someone as powerful as the old man, Ri Guang was completely capable of dissolving the power of Li, but it should take a few days. The opportunity was within these few days. As long as he stayed in a certain place, Lu Yi could follow the sense of the power of Li and secretly approach him. At that time, a golden light would shoot out, and no matter how high the old man's cultivation was, he would be instantly knocked down. While Lu Yi was chasing after the old man under the guidance of the Fong's power, Ju Yan's expression changed drastically and she quickly flew away. This sudden change was completely unexpected. It was originally just a simple meeting, but in the end, the person who was supposed to meet didn't come. Instead, she heard some incredible news. She was extremely annoyed. Right now, the situation in the Wanxiang Sea had stabilized. It could be said that this was the best situation. The three-world island didn't want to kill them all. The Wanxiang Galaxy had only lost control of the Wanxiang Sea. Although some people in the Wanxiang Galaxy felt aggrieved by this result, who asked them to be weaker than others. In the cultivation world, the strong were always respected. Moreover, based on the previous changes in the Wanxiang Sea, the three-world island didn't have any intention to harm them. The cultivators of the three-world island, led by Lu Yi, had been forced to resist. A few days ago, she learned that the oldest senior brother who had been traveling outside had returned to the Wanxiang Galaxy, so she sent a message to invite him to the Wanxiang Sea. On the one hand, she wanted to have a good talk with him, and on the other hand, she wanted him to see what the Wanxiang Sea was like now. She had no intention of resolving the grudge between the three-world island and the Wanxiang Galaxy, because she was also a member of the Wanxiang Galaxy. However, she didn't want to see any more changes in the Wanxiang Sea. In order to maintain the status quo, the attitude of the senior brother who had returned was the key. She believed that as long as she reasoned with him, the senior brother wouldn't be unreasonable. After all, the three-world island was now willing to share half of the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce's profits. However, she never expected that her actions would cause another accident. Now, she received news that Lu Yi had left the Wanxiang Sea with the Starry Sky supreme treasure, and his whereabouts were unknown. She was extremely anxious. She was afraid that Lu Yi would go to the realms of the Wanxiang Galaxy in a rage and start a massacre. If that happened, the matter would be out of control. The deaths of Yuan Du and the others were Lu Ye's counterattack, and he wasn't at fault. However, if Lu Yi really went to the realms of the Wanxiang Galaxy, she didn't know how to deal with it. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly sensed a powerful aura from the direction of the purple Jade Island. It was also flying towards the Wanxiang Sea. The purple Jade Island. It should be called the Heart Island now. Some time ago, many people from the hominid tribe had settled in, and the leader seemed to be called Su Yuqing. The one who was moving now should be this Ri Zhao. She didn't know what the relationship between Lu Yi and the hominid tribe was, but since the hominid tribe could settle in the Purple Jade Island, they must be very close. Otherwise, the three-world island wouldn't have handed over a top spiritual island to the hominid tribe. Su Yuqing was flying towards the Wanxiang Sea at this time. Obviously, she had also received some news and was going to support Lu Yi. The two Ri Zhao's spiritual wills met from afar, and they both understood each other's intentions. Soon, they saw each other outside the Wanxiang Sea. After looking at each other from afar, they retracted their gazes and flew side by side. Along the way, Jiu Yan kept sending messages to the outside world, asking Yuan Se and the others about the situation in the various realms of the Wanxiang Galaxy. Soon, she calmed down because Lu Yi hadn't appeared in any of the realms of the Wanxiang Galaxy. This meant that the worst-case scenario hadn't happened. Lu Yi had obviously gone after that senior brother with the Starry Sky treasure. Yuan Se and the others had also received that senior brother's message and knew about the trouble he had caused. They were all gathered in the Yuan realm and were anxious. They were hesitating whether to escape or not. This was undoubtedly the best time to escape. If Lu Yi wanted to make things difficult for them, none of them could stop him. However, the Wanxiang Galaxy was their roots, their homeland. That senior brother who had caused trouble had to leave, but they didn't want to. As Ri Zhao, if he left the Wanxiang Galaxy, he could only wander around and live under someone else's roof. This was something that no Ri Zhao was willing to face. Jiu Yan comforted him, but her heart was exhausted. On the other side, Lu Yi had been chasing for several days, but he hadn't even seen the old man's shadow. Through the feedback of the power of brightness, Lu Yi was sure that the old man wasn't moving at full speed. He was doing his best, but he was still slower than the old man. This was very frustrating. The huge difference in cultivation brought about a difference in speed that couldn't be solved. After a few days, the feedback of the power of brightness gradually weakened until it completely disappeared today. This undoubtedly meant that the old man had dissolved the remaining power of brightness in his wound. Although the quality of the Fong blade had improved greatly after he became a Rizhao, the old man wasn't an ordinary person. It had been a few days, so naturally he could have dissolved the corrosion of the power of brightness. Lu Yi didn't give up. He chased for 2 more days in the direction where the power of brightness disappeared before he had no choice but to stop. Without the guidance of the power of brightness, he couldn't find the old man's location in the vast starry sky. This chase was a complete failure. Engraving this grudge in his heart, Lu Yi glanced at the depths of the starry sky before turning around and returning the way he came. During this sneak attack, the old man didn't intend to kill him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have directly suppressed him with the soul-subduing secret art. The old man probably wanted to capture him. Even so, Lu Yi suffered a big loss. His divine see's injury hadn't completely healed yet, and his head was still aching. Before he became a Rizhao, he didn't have a deep understanding of it. But since he became a Rizhao, he had suffered more than once in a fight with his divine sea. Those veteran Rizhao had unfathomable attainments in divine sea cultivation. A new Rizhao like him couldn't compete with them even if he had some natural advantages. He had to go to the soul race's ancestral land to cultivate the soul-subduing secret art as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would encounter this kind of thing again in the future. Lu Yi had a plan in mind. In fact, he already had such a plan, but he just didn't have time to act on it. But before that, it was impossible to take revenge on the old man, but it was always possible to get some interest. After a few more days of running, Lu Yi arrived near the first Yuan world. From afar, he saw a familiar figure standing there. He hurriedly flew over and asked in surprise, "Yuqing, why are you here?" The person standing there was Su Yuqing. Of course, he knew that Su Yuqing had come to the Wanxiang Sea. Now that the dwarfs had taken over the Heart Island, a large number of their people had settled in, attracting the attention of the entire Wanxiang Sea. However, the Purple Jade Island wasn't a trading island, so it wasn't very big. It couldn't accommodate too many cultivators, so if the cultivators of the Wanxiang Sea wanted to buy talismans, they had to go to the Three-World Island. The Three-World Island had cleared out an entire street, and more than 20 shops had been handed over to the dwarfs to sell talismans. But he didn't understand why Su Yuqing was here. "I heard that something happened to you, so I came to find you. Someone told me that you would come here and asked me to wait here." Su Yuqing looked Lu Yi up and down as she spoke. After confirming that he was fine, she relaxed and said, "Even if you have a starry sky treasure with you, don't take such risks next time. The one you're chasing should be at the peak of the Sunshine Realm. He's no match for a starry sky treasure, but with his cultivation, he has many tricks up his sleeve. He might have a chance to take you down before you use the starry sky treasure." Feeling her deep concern, Lu Yi couldn't help but nod. "I know." He dared to chase after the dwarfs because of the feedback from the power of brightness. He could use it to determine the dwarf's location and ensure that he wouldn't be ambushed. If it weren't for this factor, he wouldn't have chased after the dwarfs alone with a starry sky treasure. A starry sky treasure was indeed powerful, but it wasn't invincible. End of chapter. Chapter 2039. Lu Yi asked again, "Who told you to wait here?" "It's me." A voice entered Lu Ye's ears. Immediately after, a figure rushed over from the Yuan realm. She had obviously sensed Lu Ye's aura and had come to meet him. Lu Yi took a look and understood. So it's Senior Sister Jiuyan. He was not surprised that Jiyan would appear here. After such a huge incident, even Su Yuqing had heard about it. It was impossible that Jiuyan had not heard about it. However, her coming out of the Yuan world at this time put Lu Yi in a bad mood. Senior's sister wants to stop me? Lu Yi looked at her and asked. Zhu Yan sighed. In the end, I'm Vientiane Hikari. If she could, she wouldn't have interfered in this matter. However, Vientiane Hikari's status was there, so she couldn't ignore it. The feeling of being caught in the middle was really suffocating. She could feel the hidden killing intent in Lu Ye's eyes. Obviously, the previous encounter had angered him. If she were in his shoes, Zhu Yan felt that she wouldn't let it go either. Although she didn't know the details of the incident, Lu Yi, a newly promoted Rizhao, was ambushed by a powerhouse like that senior brother. Even if he was lucky enough to survive, he must have paid a huge price. It could even be said that he narrowly escaped death. For any cultivator, this was an irreconcilable grudge. Now that that senior brother had escaped, Lu Yi could only vent his anger on others. That was why he came to the Yuan realm. Zhou Yan wasn't worried that she would be implicated, because she knew that Lu Yi was a person who knew how to repay kindness. Back then, she had helped Lu Yi and the Three Realms Island. After Lu Yi took control of the Wanxiang Sea, he handed over the Wanxiang Island to her to manage. This was to repay the favor. However, she didn't know if her reputation was big enough to help the galaxy resolve this disaster. Of course, she knew that standing here would make things difficult for Lu Yi, but she had to stand up. Although she didn't have a deep relationship with the Rizhao of the Yuan realm, this was a position determined by her birth. Lu Yi looked straight at Zhou Yan. After a long while, he said, That's Chang Feng. Zhu Yan nodded. Yes, senior brother Chang Feng. Lu Yi thought to himself that it was indeed this old man. He had thought that the old man looked familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. Previously, when he visited Ma Bin and chatted with him, Ma Bin had mentioned Chang Feng. The Wanxiang galaxy's environment was blessed by the heavens. Over the years, there had been more sunshine than just the people he had met. Some of them had traveled outside, but most of them had disappeared without a trace for many years. Even the Wanxiang galaxy was not sure if they were still alive, and if they were where they were. Only Chang Feng could send back some news from time to time, because he had been staying in the Shura field all this time. Ma Bin's injury was directly related to this Chang Feng. When the Shura field was closed, it was he who led a few Rizhao to besiege Ma Bin. After paying a huge price, Ma Bin's Dao Foundation was damaged. Lu Yi had indeed seen Chang Feng before, because when he was with Nan Lian, Chang Feng had run over to talk to Nan Lian for a while before leaving. However, when Lu Yi was running away, he was focused on saving his own life and did not have time to think about it. Ma Bin had specially reminded Lu Yi to be careful of Chang Feng, because in terms of cultivation, Chang Feng was on par with Ma Bin. They were both at the peak of the Sunshine Realm, but cultivation was cultivation. If they really fought, Chang Feng would not be Ma Bin's opponent. When the news of the Wanxiang Sea spread, Chang Feng heard about it and returned to the Wanxiang Galaxy to investigate the situation. A few days ago, Zhou Yan received news of Chang Feng's return and invited him to the Wanxiang Island. On the way, they met Lu Yi, who was busy fighting with his doppelganger, and ambushed him. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have invited senior brother Chang Feng to the island of versatility. Junior brother Lu, this is all my fault. Lu Yi raised his hand to stop her. Chang Feng is Chang Feng. It has nothing to do with senior sister. Zhu Yan sighed. Can't you just let them go? They have been very obedient recently, and this was senior brother Chang Feng's sudden decision. They had no idea. Lu Yi said indifferently, they are obedient because they know they don't have the power to resist. If they have the chance to resist one day, will they still be obedient? I didn't make things difficult for them back then because of senior sister, but this time, I hope senior sister won't stop me. This matter had nothing to do with those from the Yuan realm. But who told Chang Feng to run away? Chang Feng, the instigator, did not care about their lives, so why should she care? Su Yuqing, who had been standing next to Lu Yi, hadn't said a word. But now, she was glaring at Zhou Yan with her soul force. Her meaning was clear. If Jiu Yen tried to stop Lu Yi, she'd have to face her. Jiu Yen sensed it and said in a low voice, "Junior brother, don't you want the fire gourd? I can make the decision to make Yuan say hand over the fire gourd." Lu Yi had mentioned this to her before, and she clearly remembered it. A treasure-grade world-suppressing treasure in exchange for the lives of a few Sunshine Realm cultivators was a very suitable trade. Lu Yi would not lose out. Given the current situation, it was impossible for Yuan Sei to not hand over the fire gourd. Lu Yi was unmoved. "Take care of those people, and the fire gourd will still be mine." Before Jiu Yan could say anything, Lu Yi continued, "Senior sister, I know what you're thinking, but this time it's different. Chang Feng was the culprit who damaged Ma Bin's Dao Foundation and wanted to harm Lu Yi. Now that Chang Feng had run away, Lu Yi had to let him know the consequences of running away." Jiu Yan felt helpless when she sensed Lu Ye's resolute attitude. Lu Yi had always respected her, and even her words were not of any use. It was likely that the few people in the Yuan realm were really going to meet with misfortune. She did not care about the others, but she still had some friendship with Mu Qing. After a moment of silence, Jiu Yan seemed to have made a decision. She looked up and looked at Lu Yi. "Senior's sister owes you one." As her voice fell, the hazy halo that had been shrouding her face slowly dispersed, and a beautiful face appeared in front of Lu Ye's eyes. All this time, Lu Yi had never seen Jiu Yan's real face. Whether it was Xingxiu or Yueyao, Jiu Yan's face was always shrouded in a layer of hazy halo when they met, and he could not see her face clearly. Lu Yi had never understood why. He even guessed that Jiu Yan's face was damaged, and that was why she covered it up and did not show it to others. It was only at this moment that he suddenly realized. Looking at the face that she had seen once but had been searching for many years without success, even Lu Yi, who had weathered many storms, couldn't help but be stunned. He could not believe his eyes. No matter what, he did not expect this face to be hidden under the hazy halo. His mind was shaken, and he did not know what to say for a moment. Su Yuqing looked at him in astonishment. She did not know why his state of mind had suddenly fluctuated so much. It was obvious that he had encountered something extremely shocking. She then looked at Jiu Yan, only to see that the famous Wanxiang Hikari's face was a little rosy, and he was slightly avoiding Lu Ye's gaze. This shy and embarrassed expression, "There's something wrong." Su Yuqing's phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and she discreetly raised her hand to pinch Lu Yi. Jiu Yan saw her little action and was shocked. She could not help but look at Su Yuqing. She knew that Lu Yi had a good relationship with the Xiaoma tribe. Su Yuqing was the Xiaoma tribe's Rizhao. After hearing the news, she immediately left the Wanxiang Sea to look for Lu Yi. Therefore, they should have a good relationship. But now it seemed that their relationship was not only good, but this intimate action, there was something wrong. If it was just an ordinary relationship, why would she do this? The Two-Peak Sunshine Realm cultivators suddenly looked at each other. The moment their eyes met, they both understood the meaning in each other's eyes. Lu Yi, who had been absent-minded because she had seen Jiu Yan's true face, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. For some reason, she secretly rejoiced that Hua Xi was not here. If Hua Xi was here, then this damned place would really become an Azura's battlefield. Cold sweat dripped down his back. His murderous intent disappeared without a trace when Jiu Yan's true appearance was revealed. All that was left was a head full of doubts. If Su Yuqing was not here, he would have a lot of questions, but with Su Yuqing by his side, it was not easy for him to ask. The atmosphere suddenly became a little strange. Su Yuqing said gently, "Lu Yi, did you hear Taoist Jiu Yan's words? Give me an answer. Taoist Jiu Yan is waiting." Lu Yi could not help but glance at Jiu Yan again. He was sure that he did not see wrongly. He would never forget that face no matter what. He suppressed the many questions in his heart and said, "Since senior sister has already said so, I will take note of their lives for now. As for the fire gourd, Zhu Yan said, Senior brother Changfeng has caused trouble. Yuan Sei also knows that he can't keep this treasure. He will make the right choice. Lu Yi nodded. Then I will trouble Senior's sister. Lu Yi took one last deep look at Zhou Yan and said to Su Yuqing, Let's go. Today's matter gave Lu Yi a headache. He had to hurry back to the three-world island to calm down. Zhou Yan quickly flew away with Su Yuqing. Long after they had left, Zhu Yan sighed and returned to the Yuan realm. If possible, she would not reveal her true appearance in front of Lu Yi. Because of some mistakes she made in the past, she could not face Lu Yi. Therefore, she had never let Lu Yi see her true appearance. But today Lu Yi was stubborn, so she had no choice but to use this method. Fortunately, she managed to preserve the few sunshine in the local star system. But from now on, Zhu Yan had a headache just thinking about it. She also felt that she had let Chu Xin down. In the starry skies, Lu Yi and Su Yuqing walked side by side. He had already mentally prepared himself for what Su Yuqing would ask him. With a character like her, it was impossible for her not to have seen through all the clues. So Lu Yi did not intend to hide anything. But what surprised Lu Yi was that Su Yuqing did not ask anything about Zhou Yan along the way. She even kept silent. This made Lu Yi feel guilty. End of chapter. Chapter 2040. After entering the Wanxiang Sea, Su Yuqing parted ways with Lu Yi. She wanted to return to the Fangtsuan Island in a different direction from Lu Yi. From the beginning to the end, she didn't ask anything. She just gently snuggled up to Lu Yi. On the three-world island, Lu Yi returned and immediately received many concerned gazes. I'm fine, Lu Yi said, and then returned the small melon to Hua Xiai. He went to see Ma Bin and told him about the incident. Ma Bin felt a lingering fear after hearing this. This was Lu Yi. If it were any other new sunshine cultivator who encountered a top cultivator like Changfeng, they wouldn't be able to resist at all. It was hard to imagine what would have happened if Lu Yi had been captured by Changfeng. That old dog Su Lai is sinister and has no bottom line. I roughly know where he'll go. When I recover, I'll take his head back and vent your anger for you, Ma Bin said. Lu Yi hurriedly dissuaded him, Senior. Don't think too much. I'm not in any danger this time. It's more important for you to recover. Ma Bin grunted in response. But Lu Yi could feel that this time Ma Bin was filled with killing intent. Last time when Ma Bin was besieged by eternal wind and his Tao foundation was damaged, the truth was that he didn't care too much about it. Battles between cultivators were fraught with dangers, and Ma Bin had long been aware of this. But Changfeng actually attacked Lu Yi. Ma Bin couldn't tolerate this. He could imagine that once he recovered from his injuries, he would definitely seek revenge on Changfeng. Lu Yi suddenly regretted telling Ma Bin about this. He only wanted to find out more about Changfeng from Ma Bin, so that he wouldn't be unable to deal with him next time. After coming out of the spirit jade mine, Lu Yi sent a message to Tang Jun and gave him some instructions. Then he returned to his palace. Now that his cultivation was in the Sunshine Realm and he was the master of the Wanxiang Sea, the small bamboo house he originally built was no longer suitable for his status. So, the three-world island built a palace for him. After suffering a loss this time, Lu Yi decided to first cultivate the sword gourd sword light. If the sword light had reached perfection, then it would not have been so difficult for him to deal with Chang Feng's sneak attack. After all, the sword gourd was his strongest trump card. As a newly promoted sunshine, there were many powerhouses in the starry skies who were more powerful than him. With such a trump card protecting him, of course, he would have an additional layer of protection. Lu Yi had ordered Tang Jun to deliver a large number of magic treasures. Lu Yi still had some left over from the last time he devoured them, but it shouldn't be enough. After all, if one wanted to nurture a sword light to its peak, it would cost a magic treasure worth 500 million spirit jades. Big brother, a familiar voice suddenly sounded. Lu Yi looked up and saw Chu Xin hurriedly rushing in. His eyes were filled with concern. "Big brother, are you all right? I heard that you were ambushed." "I just returned to the island and hurried over to take a look." "Big brother, are you feeling unwell anywhere? Is there anything I can do to help?" "Big brother, just say the word, I will do my best." Lu Ye's eyelids twitched when he heard Chu Shin calling him big brother and little brother. In the past, he didn't think there was anything wrong with Chu Shin calling him that. Even after he was promoted to the Sunshine Realm in Jiu, Yan wanted to talk to him as an equal. It didn't change the habit of the two brothers. After all, Jiu Yan wasn't a teacher directly related to him, so they could talk to each other on their own. But today, after Lu Yi saw Jiu Yan's true appearance, some things changed. He opened his mouth and wanted to tell Chu Shin to stop calling him big brother in the future, but he didn't know how to say it. "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Chu Shin was shocked. "Nothing." Lu Yi shook his head and stared at Chu Shin. He wondered what would happen if Chu Shin knew about the matter between him and Jiu Yan. "Big brother, why are you looking at me like that?" Chu Shin was puzzled. He felt that Lu Ye's gaze was a little strange today. Lu Yi smiled. "You are more handsome today than before." "Is that so?" Chu Shin touched his face and chuckled. "That must be because my cultivation has improved." "That's right, big brother. I heard that this matter has alarmed Mother. Is she all right? Didn't you send a message to her?" Lu Yi asked. Chu Shin shook his head. "I heard that she went back to the Yuan realm. This place is too far away from the Yuan realm, so the sound talisman can't reach her." Only then did Lu Yi remember that this was true. He immediately said, "It's nothing. She should be back soon." "That's good." Chu Shin relaxed and made a decision. "Then I'll go to the island of versatility and wait for her." With that, he left in a hurry. In the current island of versatility, the cultivators of the three-world island were undoubtedly the most respected. Even if they were just constellations, they would be the focus of attention wherever they went and receive good treatment. No one dared to do anything to them on the island of versatility. Not only was Chu Shin a cultivator of the three-world island, but he was also Jiu Yan's descendant. He was also Lu Ye's brother. Although he was only Yu Yao now, even those who came from outside did not dare to underestimate him. He was one of the cultivators on the island of versatility that no one dared to provoke. It could be said that Chu Shin could do whatever he wanted on the island of versatility. Fortunately, Jiu Yan had always taught him well, so he did not become a playboy. After Chu Shin left, Lu Yi took out the sword gourd and took out the remaining Dharma treasures. He had the sword gourd devour them and nurture their sword chi. Not long after, Old Tang brought over a large number of Dharma treasures. As Lu Yi urged the sword gourd to devour the Dharma treasures, he pondered what to say to Jiu Yan when he returned. There were actually some things that he did not understand. Back then, he and Hansi I had gone to a secret place. That place was beneficial for Hansi's advancement to Yu Yao. In the end, they encountered the Heaven Desire demonic spider there, which led to an accident. During that process, Hansi I revealed her true appearance. It was only then that Lu Yi realized that Hansi's appearance was just a disguise. Lu Yi also did not understand why Hansi I revealed her true appearance at the last moment, but he had always remembered that appearance. After that, Hansi I disappeared without a trace and did not return to Wushuang Island. Lu Yi had made many inquiries over the years, but he only found a little girl called Ban Xia in the carriage bell boundary. He suspected that she was the child he and Hansi I had saved in a realm back then. Hansi I and Ban Xia were clearly related. In addition, Chu Shin had also said that Ban Xia was the child of a realm. She was the last person who carried the fate of a realm after it was destroyed. This made Lu Yi even more certain that she was the child he had saved back then. However, he did not find any trace of Ban Si I in the carriage bell boundary. Chu Shin had also never seen her before. It was only today that he realized that Hansi I was Jiu Yan. That was why Ban Xia appeared in the carriage bell boundary. But then there was a problem. If it was really Jiu Yen who had gone to the secret place with him back then, with her peak sunshine cultivation, how could she not be able to deal with a heaven-desired demonic spider? This was what Lu Yi could not figure out. He could not say that she was deliberately showing weakness. That was completely unreasonable. No woman would do such a thing in that situation. Therefore, Hansi Ai was only at the peak of the constellation realm back then. Since he could not figure it out, he could only ask her face to face. Unfortunately, Su Yuqing was present at that time, so Lu Yi could not ask. Half a day later, Lu Yi suddenly raised his head. He vaguely felt that Jiu Yan's aura had come to the three-realm island. But after a while, she quickly left. Lu Yi frowned and waited. After a while, Luan Xiao walked in with a treasure gourd. "Junior brother, this is what senior sister Jiu Yan sent over. She said that we had an agreement." Lu Yi took the treasure gourd. After inspecting it, he knew that it was the real fire gourd. It was the artifact he had seen in the Yuan realm that day. "Senior sister Jiu Yan left?" Lu Yi asked. "Yes. She said that she still had something to deal with on the Island of Wonders. So she hurried back," Luan Xiao replied. "Understood." Lu Yi nodded. It seemed that Jiu Yan did not know how to face him, so she came and left in a hurry. After all, there was still Chu Xin between them. Everyone in the Island of Wonders knew that Chu Xin and Lu Yi called each other brother. This was the most awkward part. However, there were some things that he had to figure out. After thinking for a while, Lu Yi stood up and prepared to go to the Island of Wonders. No matter what, he had to get to the bottom of this. Some things could not be solved by running away. Jiu Yan was too naive. Just as he walked out of the palace, a soft voice came to his ears. "Are you going out?" Lu Yi turned his head and saw Hua Si standing there with a smile on her face, looking at him. "Ah, yes." Lu Yi subconsciously replied. "Just in time. I'm going out too. Take me with you." Hua Si walked up and hugged Lu Yi's arm. Her soft body pressed against his. "Where are you going?" Lu Yi was stunned. "The Island of Wonders." "Where are you going?" Hua Si asked in return. Her breath was like orchids beside Lu Yi's ear. Lu Yi was tickled by her, but his heart skipped a beat. "Why are you going to the Island of Wonders?" For some reason, Lu Yi suddenly felt uneasy. "I'm going to take a look. The Island of Wonders is the biggest spiritual island here. I haven't seen it yet." Hua Si's long eyelashes fluttered. "Let's go." Saying this, she channeled her transcendence energy and flew out with Lu Yi. Along the way, Hua Si talked and laughed, as if she was looking forward to the Island of Wonders. The fragrance on her body kept entering Lu Yi's nostrils. However, it did not bring him any comfort. Instead, he felt a little uncomfortable. This was because Hua Si's gaze was not right. "Did someone say something to you?" Lu Yi gritted his teeth and asked. Hua Si was not someone who liked crowds. This time, she wanted to go to the Island of Wonders for no reason. Moreover, she was waiting outside his palace. There was obviously something wrong. Hua Si smiled gently. "Who can tell me anything? I'm just a little Yu Yao. Why? Did you do something shady again?" Lu Yi's forehead was covered in cold sweat. "Have you been to the Heart Island in the past 2 months?" Hua Si smiled even more happily. "The Heart Island. That's a good place. Sister Yuqing is so gentle. She's beautiful and nice to people. I stayed at the Heart Island for a few days. She took good care of me." "This is bad." Lu Yi's face darkened. How did Su Yuqing get along with this crazy woman, Hua Si? He had only been cultivating in seclusion for 2 months. Why did they call her sister? End of chapter. Chapter 2041. Sure enough, Hua Si did not wait outside the palace for no reason. She had obviously received Su Yuqing's message and was deliberately watching him. Su Yuqing probably noticed the abnormality between him and Jiu Yan. She could not show herself, so she could only send a message to Hua Ci. From the looks of it, the relationship between these two women seemed to be very good, and they were already on the same side on certain matters. Along the way, Lu Yi was uneasy, but Hua Ci was as gentle as water. Finally, they arrived at the island of versatility. Lu Ye's identity was special now, so he disguised himself halfway. Otherwise, it would cause some chaos if he was recognized. Even so, not long after he entered the island of versatility, someone came to greet him. It was Ling Yu from the Che Ling domain, Aunt Yu who had always been by Jiu Yan's side. Appearances could be disguised, but Lu Ye's aura could not be hidden. Jiu Yan had obviously sensed his arrival and sent Ling Yu to greet him. "Greetings, fellow Taoist Lu." Ling Yu bowed and looked at Lu Yi with a complicated gaze. When she first met this young man, he was only a Constellation Realm cultivator. She did not expect him to be a Sunshine Realm cultivator in the blink of an eye. He was now in charge of the island of versatility and held great power. On the other hand, her cultivation had improved slowly over the years. She was still Yu Yao. "Fellow Taoist Yu." Lu Yi nodded slightly. "Fellow Taoist Lu, do you have any orders for the island of versatility?" After the Realm Lord returned from the Yuan realm, he sent something and is now in seclusion. "If you have any orders, just let me know. I will arrange it properly." She had rushed over after receiving Jiu Yan's message. As for going into seclusion, it was completely false. Ling Yu had a feeling that the Realm Lord seemed to be deliberately avoiding this young man in front of her, but she couldn't understand why. She glanced at Hua Ci. Ling Yu had heard of Lu Ye's Tao companion, the true owner of the Starry Sky treasure. Now that she saw her, she was indeed a beauty with a dignified temperament. Although her cultivation was lower, the Starry Sky treasure was enough to make up for it. When the two of them stood together, they were a match made in heaven. Lu Yi said, "Nothing important. I'm just here for a stroll. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to trouble yourself." He had originally come here to ask Jiu Yan some questions. Now that Hua Ci had followed him, he would definitely not be able to ask. He might as well give up and wait for another chance. If that's the case, Ling Yu did not suspect anything. "If you have any requests, feel free to send me a message. The Realm Lord is currently in seclusion, and I'm currently in charge of the island of versatility." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Yu." After Ling Yu left, Lu Yi stood in place and pondered for a moment before turning to look at Hua Ci. "Where are you going?" "I'm just strolling around." Hua Ci smiled gently. Her eyes narrowed into crescents. She intimately held Lu Ye's arm and walked towards the island of all appearances. Lu Yi knew he couldn't refuse, so he could only let her go. Not long after, in front of a shop, Hua Ci seemed to have seen something novel. Her beautiful eyes lit up as she walked over. A moment later, she beckoned to Lu Yi behind her and called out, "Husband, come over quickly." Lu Yi, who was leisurely walking in that direction, froze. He almost suspected that he had misheard. They had known each other for so many years, but Hua Ci had never called him so intimately. She had always called him by his name. This sudden intimacy caused Lu Ye's hair to stand on end. He knew that he was in deep trouble. He braced himself and walked forward, only to see that Hua Ci had already taken out a hairpin and inserted it into her hair. The hairpin had the shape of a butterfly, and as Hua Ci moved, the butterfly gently spread its wings as though it was alive. Not only that, there were also light and shadow floating around the hairpin, and illusory butterfly shadows appearing and disappearing one after another. With such a hairpin on a beauty like Hua Ci, it really added to her beauty, dazzling many cultivators who passed by. "Husband, does it look good?" Hua Ci looked at Lu Yi with an expectant expression. "Yes." Lu Yi nodded. The shopkeeper said with a smile, "Madam, you have good eyesight. This dancing butterflies is the treasure of our shop. Not only is it beautiful, but it is also a 6th-grade defensive magic weapon. When magic power is injected into it, it can provide an extremely powerful defensive power. Madame's dignified temperament is especially compatible with this magic weapon. It is truly tailor-made for Madame. You must not miss it. He flattered. He was well versed in the ways of business. Hua Ci picked up another hairpin and put it on her head. This hairpin was even more dazzling than the previous one, further accentuating Hua Ci's beauty. Does it look good? Lu Yi nodded like a chick pecking at rice. Yes. Hua Ci smiled and picked up the third hairpin. She put it on her head. What about this one? Yes, it looks good. Lu Yi nodded again. The shopkeeper at the side was grinning from ear to ear. The items that Hua Ci had chosen were all the most valuable items in their store. She had chosen 3 items in one go. If they were to sell them all, they would make a huge profit. He nodded and bowed beside Hua Ci, trying his best to introduce the advantages of his goods. He had been running this shop for many years, so he naturally had a pair of discerning eyes. Lu Yi and Hua Ci were the kind who did not lack money at first glance, so they were naturally worthy of his attention. They all looked good. Hua Ci ignored him and only glanced sideways at Lu Yi, the corners of her mouth rising. So husband is also a person who likes the new and dislikes the old. Lu Ye's expression stiffened. He was wondering why Hua Ci was suddenly interested in buying hairpins. It turned out that she was talking about him. He quickly said, "Of course it looks good on you. If it were someone else, it wouldn't have such an effect." Humph! Hua Ci snorted softly. She took off the hairpins and put them back in their original places, then turned and left. The shopkeeper was dumbfounded. He could not understand how such a good business deal could be ruined. Lu Yi urged, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and pack them up." The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment before he reacted. He hurriedly packed up the 3 hairpins. Lu Yi handed over the spiritual jades and turned to chase after Hua Ci. When he found her, she was already holding a stick of candied haws. After taking a bite, she frowned. "It's so sour, here you go." She handed the unfinished stick of candied haws to Lu Yi. Lu Yi blinked and took it. He was thinking of finding a place to throw it away. He was the master of the Wanxiang Ocean, a supreme sunshine cultivator. How could he eat candied haws in public? Hua Ci said, "You spent money to buy it. You can't throw it away. Hurry up and eat it." "I'll eat it." Lu Yi had a look of resignation. Hua Ci had never been an unreasonable person. She purposely came to the island of versatility with him and caused so much trouble. It was obvious that she was doing it on purpose. Lu Yi was well aware of it, but he could not point it out. He could only obediently cooperate. For the next half of the day, the two of them walked and strolled, as if they were the most ordinary couple. Hua Ci would buy something from time to time, but she would only take a bite of it and leave it all to Lu Yi to handle. If Lu Yi was really just an ordinary person, his stomach would probably burst. As they walked, they arrived at the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. "I'm tired." Hua Ci suddenly stopped and said, "Then let's go back." Lu Yi was relieved. Ever since he came to the Wanxiang Ocean, he had entered and exited the island of versatility many times, but he had never experienced such torment. Now it was finally over. Hua Ci leaned over and whispered into his ear, "I heard that the 3rd floor of the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce is a guest room for people to rest in." Lu Yi was shocked and hurriedly dissuaded her. Wouldn't it be better to go back and rest? As the saying goes, a home is not as good as a dog's nest. Hua Ci smiled and didn't say anything. She grabbed Lu Ye's hand and dragged him into the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce. She found a manager and booked the most luxurious guest room. A moment later, Lu Yi stood in front of the guest room on the top floor of the Wanxiang Chamber of Commerce with a serious expression. Hua Ci had already walked around the room. She was obviously satisfied with the environment. She stuck her head out of the room and waved at Lu Yi. "Come in, husband." Lu Yi knew that he couldn't escape this time. He could only take a deep breath and walk forward. Even if there were thousands of people, he would still walk forward. He didn't believe that he couldn't take care of a mere Hua Xie. Even Su Yuqing, who was at the peak of the Sunshine Realm, was defeated by him. What right did Hua Xie have to be so arrogant? This time, he would show her how powerful he was. A person couldn't keep falling in the same place. There would be a day when he would stand up again. A few days passed in the blink of an eye. Outside the island of Versatility, a planetary boat, shaped like a flower basket, flew out. Lu Yi sat cross-legged on it, resting with his eyes closed. Hua Xie, who was steering the planetary boat, was flushed. She suddenly sensed something and turned around. At the same time, on the island of Versatility, Ju Yan was looking in this direction at the spiritual jade mine. Hua Xi's lips curled up slightly. She turned around, as if she had won a battle, and was about to return in triumph after returning to the three-world island. Hua Xi put away the planetary boat and said gently, "Husband, you must be exhausted. Go back and rest early. Don't run around if you have nothing to do. There's nothing fun on the island of Versatility. The three-world island has everything. Husband, if you want anything, just tell me and I'll arrange it for you." Lu Yi said weakly, "Don't call me husband. I'm not." He slowly walked towards the direction of the pill room. Hua Xi held back her laughter behind him. "Walk slowly. Don't fall." Lu Yi immediately straightened his back and walked as if he was flying. Hua Xi's laughter grew louder. This hateful woman. For a gentleman to take revenge. 10 years is not too late. 100 years is not too late. Just you wait. Lu Yi swore in his heart. He found Yi and Hupa, who were with his second senior sister in the pill room. Lu Yi called out, "Let's go." Yi was puzzled. "Where are we going?" "Back to the land of the 9 prefectures." Lu Yi said concisely. "You're going back so soon?" Yi was obviously reluctant. However, after thinking about it, she had to go back eventually. Moreover, the sooner she went back, the sooner she could continue to cultivate. Only when she became stronger in the future could she continue to help Lu Yi. She immediately made up her mind. There was nothing to pack. After a while, Lu Yi drove his planetary boat and flew towards the insect path with Yi and Hupa. End of chapter. Chapter 2042. On the star boat, Lu Yi played with the fire gourd. This thing was the treasure of the Yuan world. When he saw it that day, Lu Yi was tempted. According to the feedback from the Azura field, 7 gourds were born on the vine of fortune. If he could gather all 7 gourds, he could repeat the miracle of fortune. Lu Yi didn't know what kind of miracle of fortune it was, and he didn't want to gather all 7 gourds because it was too difficult. He now had the pill gourd, sword gourd, fire gourd, and the wind gourd. As for the other 3, he didn't know where they were. Even if he wanted to find them, he had no way to do so. If it weren't for Chongfeng, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to get the fire gourd so easily. When he was ambushed by Chongfeng, other than losing an incomplete sword chi from the sword gourd and 8 precious blood clones, he didn't suffer any substantial losses. Getting the fire gourd was not a loss. Upon closer inspection, he could indeed sense that there was an unusually ferocious, heavenly fire within the fire gourd. Back then, Yuan Sei had relied on this treasure to fight with Shang Qingyue from the Formless Palace. The battle had been intense. If Shang Qingyue had not requested for a Merak sword aura in advance, he would have been defeated. At that time, when Yuan Sei used the fire gourd, Lu Yi felt that the talent tree had some reaction. This undoubtedly meant that the quality of the strange flame in the fire gourd was very high. If the talent tree could swallow it, it would be beneficial. Now that he observed it carefully, Lu Yi found that the strange flame in the fire gourd was extraordinary. Such a fierce flame was not something an ordinary Rizhao could resist. Even if it was him, he wouldn't be able to put up much of a fight against such a strange flame with his own strength. Lu Yi couldn't help but feel sad. It took a long time for a cultivator to cultivate. It wasn't easy to advance to Rizhao. He thought that he could dominate the cultivation world, but in fact he couldn't even resist the power of a treasure. It was a tragedy. Fortunately, although there were many treasures in the world, Ma Bin said that they were regarded as treasures by the major forces and wouldn't be used easily. There were only a few examples of God Cloud carrying the heavenly Luo umbrella around. God Cloud was too arrogant and relied on the heavenly Luo umbrella to be indestructible. Who knew that he would encounter a real starry sky treasure and be destroyed directly? Now that the damaged heavenly Luo umbrella was in Hua Xi's hands, she had placed it by Little Melon's side to be nurtured. He didn't know if there was any possibility of it being restored. The strange fire was ferocious, but that was only for cultivators. To the talent tree, it was a great supplement. Lu Yi didn't hesitate and slightly activated the talent tree's power. The formless roots immediately probed into the gourd. In the next instant, Lu Yi felt a strange burning heat, being crazily devoured by the talent tree. Although the strange fire in the fire gourd was powerful, he already had the sword gourd as his trump card. It didn't matter whether he had this strange fire or not. If the sword gourd couldn't deal with an opponent at its peak, the fire gourd wouldn't be of much use. He quietly sensed the changes in the talent tree and revealed a puzzled expression after a short while. This was because he did not feel any increase in his talent tree's fuel reserves. This was obviously not normal. For a long time, the talent tree devoured any fire attribute energy to increase its own fuel reserves for Lu Ye's future use. Ever since the talent tree's first transformation, Lu Yi could easily sense its fuel reserves, so he knew in his heart whether the reserves were increasing or decreasing. However, after the talent tree devoured the strange fire this time, its fuel reserves did not increase at all. On the contrary, the talent tree itself seemed to have undergone some strange changes. This change was very small, and if Lu Yi didn't know the talent tree situation like the back of his hand, he wouldn't have noticed it at all. Lu Yi calmed his mind and continued to investigate. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the strange fire in the fire gourd disappeared and was completely devoured by the talent tree. Under his observation, Lu Yi clearly found that the flames on the talent tree had become a little more viscous. This change was... Lu Yi was first shocked, then delighted, because he had experienced this change several times before. It was a sign that the talent tree was about to transform. So far, since he obtained the talent tree, it had undergone 3 transformations. When Lu Yi first obtained the talent tree, it could only help him refine the spirit pills he swallowed into his body to increase his cultivation speed. However, after the first transformation, the talent tree's power had clearly increased. It had roots that could extend out of its body. With these roots, Lu Yi could devour and refine the spirit qi outside his body, spirit stones and the like, greatly increasing his cultivation speed. At the same time, he also had a talent tree clone. After the second transformation, the talent tree had the effect of deriving spirit runes. All kinds of spirit runes became easier under the derivation of the talent tree, and Lu Yi could inscribe new spirit runes on the leaves. After the third transformation, by consuming fuel, the talent tree could accelerate the derivation of spirit runes. Moreover, the talent tree's instinctive power became gentler and could be used on outsiders. Without this change, Lu Yi wouldn't have been able to help the mermaid clan resolve the bloodline curse back then. Under the activation of the talent tree's power, the mermaid clan cultivators would have been burned to ashes on the spot. Many years had passed since the talent tree had undergone 3 transformations. Lu Yi had always felt that the talent tree's 3 transformations were not the limit. He had also been waiting for the talent tree's 4th transformation. He wanted to know what changes would happen to the talent tree after the 4th transformation, and what new mysteries would be born. Unfortunately, all these years, no matter how many fire elemental treasures Lu Yi devoured, there were no signs of the talent tree transforming. In fact, there wasn't even the slightest sign of a possibility. Until today, After the talent tree devoured the special fire in the fire gourd, this sign appeared. The surprise came so suddenly that Lu Yi couldn't react for a moment. He confirmed a few times that this was indeed a sign that the talent tree was about to transform. Of course, this was just a small sign, and it was still far from the talent tree's transformation. Once the talent tree transformed, it would turn into a fire seed and be reborn. But why was it like this? The talent tree spent an incense's time to devour that ball of special fire. Calculating it, there wasn't much of it. If one were to calculate based on the devouring speed, this bit of time wouldn't bring much of an increase to the talent tree's fuel. But the current situation was that there was no change in the fuel storage, but the talent tree itself had changed. After thinking for a moment, Lu Yi vaguely felt that this should have something to do with quality. The fourth transformation of the talent tree required not only a quantity of fire elemental treasures, but more importantly, a guarantee of quality. This was completely different from the previous 3 times. The previous 3 times, as long as the talent tree devoured enough, the transformation would happen naturally. The fire elemental treasures that Lu Yi devoured in the past were of good quality, but they were far from reaching the requirements of the talent tree. So even if he devoured them, it would only increase the fuel storage. It was different this time. The special fire nurtured by the fire gourd was an extremely high-quality treasure in the entire galaxy. That was why it triggered a change in the talent tree. That was why the talent tree reacted when Yuan Sei took out the special fire from the fire gourd. Because it was helpful to the talent tree's transformation. This was just Lu Ye's guess, but it shouldn't be wrong. If he wanted to verify this guess, it was simple. He just needed to devour another special fire of the same quality, and he would be able to make a judgment. With that thought, Lu Yi hurriedly started refining the fire gourd. The birth and nurturing of the special fire in the fire gourd was the same as the nurturing of the sword aura in the sword gourd. They both required a large amount of investment. However, while the nurturing of the sword aura required all kinds of magic treasures, the special fire required a large amount of fire elemental energy. Therefore, Lu Yi needed to refine the fire gourd before he could start nurturing the special fire. If he didn't refine it, he wouldn't even have the qualifications to activate the fire gourd's power. How could he nurture the special fire? Yuan Sei was tactful. When he handed over the fire gourd, he had already erased the various marks he left on it. This would undoubtedly make Lu Ye's refining process much easier. Lu Yi, we've arrived at the insect path. Yi's voice entered his ears. It didn't take long for them to arrive. She could see that Lu Yi was busy, so she didn't disturb him. Hearing her voice, Lu Yi opened his eyes, stood up, and put away the star boat. In front of the insect path's entrance, a Yao-class central battleship was parked. Jade Conk and Yu Yao, who were stationed here, came forward. Lu Yi asked a few simple questions. After learning that everything was fine, he led Yi and Hu Pa into the insect path. After all, this insect path wasn't stable. Only Ri Zhao could easily cross it with his physical body. If others wanted to pass through, they would have to rely on the battleship's protection. Therefore, even though many people had heard that this insect path was connected to the Jade Conch galaxy, no one dared to barge in recklessly. Perhaps in the future, when the insect path was stable, some people would borrow it to take a look at the Jade Conch galaxy, but not now. After passing through the insect path, when his vision cleared, Lu Yi had already returned to the Jade Conch galaxy. He saw another Yao-class battleship here. He sighed. It was so difficult for him to return to the 9 states from the Wanxiang Sea. Even if he could use the Soul Tribe's ancestral land, it would still take some effort. It was so much more convenient now. When Lu Yi appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of the nearby cultivators. They all came forward to greet him. He looked around and found that many cultivators of the 3 realms had gathered here. They were obviously planning to enter the Wanxiang galaxy through the insect path. However, because they had to rely on the protection of the battleship every time they passed through, this kind of passage was only available once a month. It wasn't time yet, so the cultivators were still waiting. When the battleship here went to the other side, it would still come back. It was a little troublesome, and it would also consume a lot of spiritual jades. However, this was the only way to ensure their safety. Lu Yi didn't stay for too long. He continued to lead Yi and Hoopa toward the entrance of the ancestral land. It had to be said that the cultivators of the three realms were much more fortunate than he was in the past. Staying in the Jade Conch Galaxy, they could go to the Azura field of the 9 states to train themselves. If they were bored, they could take the once-a-month battleship to travel to the Wanxiang Sea. They wouldn't be idle. In such a state, the Jade Conch Galaxy was clearly showing signs of prosperity. When it accumulated to a certain extent, its overall strength would definitely erupt like a geyser. Lu Yi looked forward to the arrival of that day. Today, I have to go out for a trip. End of chapter. Chapter 2043. The passageway to the ancestral land was near the 9 states. Lu Yi went back to the 9 states to take a look and chatted with Little Nine. The news of Lu Ye's agreement with Old Tang and Wu Zhua to merge the realms had spread recently. A large number of Tianji pillars were placed in the Qingli Dao world, opening up many doors to the 9 states. The entire Qingli Dao world was in the midst of a great migration. When the migration was almost complete, the Tianji pillars would lead the Qingli Dao world to the 9 states and finally merge the realms. When the time came, the Qingli Dao world would be completely integrated into the 9 states, and there would be no distinction between them. The foundation of the 9 states would also be greatly strengthened. This matter was mainly handled by Wu Zhua, with Little Nine assisting in the dark. Everything went smoothly. Without stopping for too long, Lu Yi brought Yi and Hoopa to the entrance. With the guidance of the Rainbow God Lotus, they opened the passageway and entered the ancestral land of the Soul clan. Yi and Hoopa returned to Li Shang's Lotus land to cultivate, while Lu Yi went straight to the Starry Sky Pool. After a while, they met Su Yuan again. Lu Yi came to the ancestral land of the Soul clan mainly to cultivate his soul-subduing secret skill. He had suffered too much in the past. When he fought with the old Rizhao, he was always at a disadvantage in terms of soul power. This was not only because his soul power was inferior to others, but also because he did not have time to cultivate his soul-subduing secret skill. If soul power was compared to a person's strength, then when he fought with the old Rizhao, Lu Yi was barehanded. However, the old Rizhao had their own weapons, and those weapons were their soul-subduing secret skill. Of course, Lu Yi was not at an advantage. This was a journey that every Rizhao had to go through. It was also a painstaking effort. It could be said that Rizhao's cultivation journey was almost constantly polishing his soul-subduing secret skill. The increase in the Rizhao realm was not only about the accumulation of one's mana, but more importantly, the consolidation of one's soul. This was because this realm was the cultivation of the spirit of the essence, qi, and spirit. Lu Yi had some understanding of the soul-subduing secret skill. He had asked Ma Bin and talked about it with Su Yuqing before. However, in the entire galaxy, the Soul clan was undoubtedly the most powerful. No matter how strong anyone else was, they were still inferior to the Soul clan. Soul power cultivation was the foundation of the Soul clan. Lu Yi had stayed in Su Yuan's place for a few days, listening to him explain the mysteries of the soul-suppressing secret magic in simple terms, which had benefited Lu Yi greatly. If one wanted to cultivate the soul-subduing secret technique, they would first have to make a choice. Everyone's soul-subduing secret technique was different. Only by finding the one most suitable for oneself would one be able to achieve twice the results with half the effort. If a soul-subduing secret technique was not suitable for oneself, forcing oneself to cultivate would naturally slow down the progress of one's growth. Lu Yi was now faced with this choice. He was very troubled. It wasn't that there was no choice, but that there were too many choices. Under normal circumstances, the soul-subduing secret technique that the Rizhao chose was the soul-subduing secret technique that they were best at. When a cultivator reached the spirit sea realm, they would already have a divine soul and their own soul body. Regardless of which sect a cultivator belonged to, they would more or less practice some soul techniques as a means to fight against their enemies. Using his most proficient soul techniques as a foundation to create a soul-subduing secret technique was undoubtedly the best and most suitable choice. Then, what was the soul technique that he was most proficient in? Lu Yi looked at the complicated patterns on the burning leaves on the talent tree and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. These spirit patterns on the talent tree, if he used his magic power to construct them, they would be spirit patterns. But if he used his soul force to construct them, they would be divine patterns. For example, he could use his magic power to construct the mountain plate saber to increase its lethality. He could also construct it with his soul force to transform it into a divine soul attack to attack the enemy's spirit sea. It could be said that most spirit patterns were also divine patterns, and each divine pattern was a soul technique to him. This was difficult. It wasn't difficult for him to construct these divine patterns. It didn't seem like there was anything special about them, but it could be said that he was very proficient in them. Seeing him fall into deep thought, Su Yuan smiled. There's no need to rush to choose the soul-subduing secret technique. This kind of thing has to be done carefully. It's not that there's no suitable one. Lu Yi came back to his senses. With a thought, his soul force surged. Elder, take a look at this. Su Yuan immediately focused his vision. Soul force was usually invisible. Unless it was too condensed, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see it. But the soul race was different. Even the weakest soul race could clearly see the flow of soul force. This kind of illusory power was clearly visible in their eyes. Right now, in Su Yuan's vision, he saw Lu Ye's soul force flow out, and then it quickly spread out. Extremely fine patterns intertwined with each other, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into an oval sphere in front of him. Su Yuan was dumbfounded after interacting with Lu Yi so many times. He actually didn't know that Lu Yi was a spirit rune master. Of course, he could tell that Lu Yi was constructing a divine rune at this moment. However, this speed was too shocking. Countless yin and yang runes appeared in an instant, perfectly merging with each other. There wasn't the slightest bit of mistake. Even Ri Zhao shouldn't be able to do this. He couldn't figure out how Lu Yi did it. The only thing that puzzled him was that the divine pattern Lu Yi was constructing. Why did it look like an egg? But it wasn't over yet. Su Yuan could feel that the egg he saw was only an outer shell. Inside, more yin and yang elements were constantly being born and merged, and then evolved into some more wonderful changes. Kacha! With a light sound, the eggshell shattered like a real object. Then a huge figure was born from the eggshell. It spread its wings and gently fluttered, circling above Lu Ye's head. Vigorous soul force fluctuations swept out in all directions, as if it really was a living creature. Its body was still flowing with a faint, golden, shadow-like substance, as if it was burning with flames. Fire Phoenix! Su Yuan recognized at a glance that this flying thing that appeared in his field of vision was one of the 4 symbols, the Fire Phoenix. Elder, can I use this technique as a soul-subduing secret technique? Lu Yi asked. Constructing such a soul technique in an instant didn't seem to consume much of his soul force. The corners of Su Yuan's eyes twitched. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. What did he mean by can't? That was too good. If the Fire Phoenix of the 4 symbols was used as a soul-subduing secret technique, it was completely possible to surpass ranks and kill enemies. Ordinary sunlight wouldn't be able to block it. However, after a moment of silence, Su Yuan said, "This technique is extremely complex. If you really use it as a soul-subduing secret technique, it will consume a lot of energy. When cultivating the soul-subduing secret technique, the more complex the soul technique was, the more expensive it would be to cultivate it, and the slower it would be to improve. This was a matter of course. There were many spirit patterns on the innate skill tree, and there were also many that could become divine patterns. However, the Divine Edge and Holy Guard weren't suitable as the foundation for the soul-subduing secret technique because they were too simple and monotonous. If Lu Yi really chose these two, his cultivation would naturally be extremely fast, but it might not be of much use in a fight. Therefore, although Lu Yi seemed to have a lot of choices, in reality there weren't many. The Fire Phoenix Divine Pattern was the best choice. This thing was much more complex than ordinary divine patterns. Using it as a foundation, it would be difficult to cultivate, but once it was cultivated, the effect it could display in battle was incomparable to the Divine Edge and Holy Guard. Moreover, this soul technique only attacks and doesn't defend. Isn't it a bit extreme? Brat, you should know that the reason why the soul-subduing secret technique is named soul-subduing secret technique is mainly to guard one's soul. Therefore, most of the soul-subduing secret techniques in Rizhao's soul-subduing secret technique focus on defense, because no one can predict whether they will encounter an enemy stronger than themselves. If they can stabilize their soul, they will be able to perform better in battle. Su Yuan said. Lu Yi nodded. That's true. Then he suddenly asked, what did Elder choose as the foundation for the soul-subduing secret technique? Su Yuan smiled faintly. The cultivation of my soul race is different from yours. All of the soul race's soul-subduing secret technique's foundation is within themselves. There is no other choice. Using your body as the foundation? Lu Yi was slightly stunned. Su Yuan said, the soul race does not have a physical body, so our soul body is our physical body, so this is our only choice. Lu Yi couldn't help but recall the battle between him and Zixian. Before Bai Qin died, he had urged his soul-subduing secret technique, but it had been casually blocked by Su Yuan. At that time, Lu Yi hadn't seen any signs of Bai Qin using any method, but now he knew the whole story. The soul race's soul-subduing secret technique was Rizhao's own soul-subduing secret technique. So of course he didn't need to use any other methods. Lu Yi could also do the same, using his own soul body as the foundation to forge his soul-subduing secret technique. But if he really did so, once he engaged in a soul battle with someone else, they would be able to use their soul-subduing secret technique while he could only face them with his own soul body, greatly increasing the risk. Seeing Lu Yi fall into contemplation, Su Yuan smiled slightly. Take a trip to the heroic soul forest. You might be able to gain something there. Heroic Soul Forest? Lu Yi showed a curious look. He had entered and exited the soul race's ancestral land many times, but he had never heard of this heroic soul forest. That is the resting place of my soul race's deceased Rizhao. After they died, their soul bodies dissipated, but many of the soul arts they cultivated before their deaths were preserved. You will be able to see all kinds of soul arts there, and perhaps find one suitable for you. Su Yuan explained. Every soul race's Rizhao will make a trip there before forging their own soul-subduing secret technique. It can be considered a place of inheritance for my soul race. This was obviously a forbidden area for the soul race, and only Rizhao could enter. Ordinary clansmen were not allowed to enter. Although Lu Yi was a human, the soul race had never treated him as an outsider. Since Su Yuan had good intentions, Lu Yi naturally couldn't refuse. Although he knew that even if he gained something in the heroic soul forest, the soul-subduing secret technique he could choose in the end would be one of the talent trees. If it was just to broaden his horizons, there was no problem. End of chapter.